Section 24 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2 by Otto Jahn. Social Intercourse. First among the group of friends, in intercourse with whom Mozart found entertainment and refreshment of the highest kind, must be named the Countess Thun, née Ulfeld. She was one of the musical ladies who took him under their protection from the first, and it was she, more especially, who introduced him in Vienna, and furthered his advancement by every means in her power. The prominent position which was hers, more in virtue of her cultivation and amiability than of her rank and wealth, pointed her out as a fitting protectress for genius. She was one of the few ladies with whom the Emperor Joseph continued in later years on a footing of intimacy, and he took leave of her in a touching letter from his deathbed. Music had the place of honor in her entertainments. She played the pianoforte herself with that grace, lightness, and delicatesse to which no fingers but a woman's can aspire, as Bernice says. He was delighted with her gay, natural manners, her witty sallies, and her pleasant irony, as well as with her taste, knowledge, and serious interest in all things musical. Her favorite composer at that time, 1772, was Biquet, who mentions to Dahlberg having composed in 1785 a sonata for 3 pianofortes for the Countess Thun and her daughters. Reichardt also, whom she took under protection on his arrival in Vienna in 1783, extols her as the most intellectual and most charming woman in Vienna, and adds that her musical receptions were frequented both by the Emperor and the Archduke Maximilian. Georg Forster became her enthusiastic admirer during his stay in Vienna in 1784. He enumerates in a letter to Heine the distinguished men whose favor and patronage he enjoyed, and we recognize among them many of Mozart's friends and patrons. Such were the good old Councillor von Born, Baron Otto von Gemmingen, the intimate friend of von Swieten, who had come to Vienna in the summer of 1782, the old Councillor von Spielmann, a man of learning and at the same time more deeply versed in the affairs of the department of Prince Kaunitz than any other statesman, the great minister Kaunitz himself, good, simple Count Cobenzl, Field Marshal Haddick, a splendid old soldier, plain and plump, and to this list Forster adds the name of the Countess Thun, the most virtuous and enlightened woman of Vienna. He gives a more particular account of his intercourse with her to Theresa Heine. You cannot imagine how condescending and friendly everyone is. One scarcely remembers that one is among persons of high rank, and one feels quite on the footing of an intimate friend. This is especially my case with the Countess Thun, the most charming woman in the world, and her 3 graces of daughters, each of them an angel in her own way. The Countess is the best mother that I know. The children are all innocence, joyful as the morning light, and full of natural sense and wit, at which I wonder in silence, just as I wonder at the sense and wit of a certain maid on the Lena. This charming family combined the most refined discourse and the most extensive reading and liberal knowledge with a pure, heartfelt religion, free from all superstition, the religion of gentle and innocent hearts familiar with the secrets of nature and creation. Almost every evening between 9 and 10, these above-named people assemble at the Countess Thun's and enjoy brilliant conversation or music, either clavier playing or German or Italian singing. Sometimes, when the humor seizes them, they dance. We can well imagine how completely Mozart felt himself at home in this circle. Prince Karl Lichnowsky, his friend and pupil, was the Countess Thun's son-in-law. Greiner's house was another in which learning was honored and cherished, and which formed a meeting point for all celebrities. Greiner's daughter, Caroline Pichler, an admirable pianist, thus describes it. Besides the poets Denis, Leon, Haschka, Oskinger, Blumauer, etc., whose names were then famous, our house was frequented by men of severer science. No foreign scholar or artist visited Vienna without bringing introductions to Haschka or to my parents themselves. Thus we entertained the celebrated traveler Georg Forster, Professors Meiners and Spittler, Becker, Gürking, the actor Schroeder, and many musicians and composers such as Paisiello and Cimarosa. I need not say that our native artists Mozart, Haydn, Salieri, the brothers Hickel, Fugger, and others were frequent guests. The house of the Martinez brother and sister, which has become by association a true temple of the muses for the Viennese, was another rendezvous for musicians. Metastasio, on his arrival at Vienna in 1730, took up his residence with Nicolai Martinez, master of the ceremonies to the Apostolic Nuncio, and remained with him until his death in 1782. He became the intimate friend of the family and carefully superintended the education of the children. One of the daughters, Marianne, born about 1740, by reason of her talent and her lively, pleasant manners, attracted his special attention. Through his instruction, she became well versed in the Italian, French, and English languages and literature, in all the branches of a liberal education. Nor was this all. Metastasio perceived that she possessed considerable musical talent and took care that she should receive a thorough musical education. Joseph Haydn, who, on being dismissed from the Compel house, a penniless young man, had taken a miserable garret in the same house, was engaged to give Marianne lessons in playing and singing, for which he was boarded free for 3 years by way of payment. A more important result for him being that he thus became acquainted with Porpora, who interested himself in Marianne's education out of friendship for Metastasio. Afterwards, under the careful guidance of Bono and of Metastasio himself, she developed gifts as a singer, player, and composer, which excited general admiration and won applause from Hasse. In 1773, she was made a member of the Philharmonic Academy at Bologna and afterwards received a Dictor diplome both from Bologna and Pavia. In 1782, her oratorio Isacco was performed at the Societat Concert. She lived with her brother, imperial librarian, after the death of Metastasio, whose property she inherited. She gave receptions, which were frequented by all the intellectual and musical celebrities of the day. Kelly, who brought an introduction to her, declared that, in spite of her advanced age, she retained all the animation and cheerfulness of youth, and was pleasant and talkative. He says that Mozart, who had been warmly received by Metastasio on his early visits to Vienna, was very intimate with her, and that he had heard them play duets of her composition at her musical parties. One of the most distinguished musical dilettanti of the day at Vienna was the Geheimrat Bern von Kiss, died 1795. This well-known lover of music and patron of musicians took the amateur concerts in the Ogarten under his protection and possessed a rare and costly collection of musical objects. He gave private concerts twice a week in his own house, as Guy Rowitz relates. The best virtuosi in Vienna, and the first composers, such as Joseph Haydn, Mozart, Dittersdorf, Hofmeister, Albrechtsberger, Giacomovici, etc., assembled at these concerts. Haydn's symphonies were performed there. Mozart used generally to play the pianoforte, and Giacomovici, the most celebrated violin virtuo of the day, usually played a concerto. The lady of the house sang. It happened one evening that Mozart was late in arriving, and they waited for him to begin, because he had promised to bring with him a song for the lady of the house. One servant after another was sent to find him, and at last he was discovered in a tavern. The messenger begged him to come at once, as all the company was waiting to hear the new song. Mozart thereupon recollected that he had not written a note of it. He sent the messenger for a sheet of music paper, and set to work in the tavern to compose the song. When it was finished, he went his way to the concert, where the company were waiting for him with great impatience. After a little gentle reproach for his delay, he was most affectionately received. The lady of the house sang the new song, a little nervously, it is true, but it was enthusiastically received and applauded. Mozart's boyish fantasy of only playing before connoisseurs naturally disappeared as he grew older and more sensible. He took pleasure in playing to all who took pleasure in hearing him, and was so far from the affectation of requiring to be pressed that many persons of rank in Vienna reproached him with being too ready to play to anybody who asked him. One requirement, indeed, he made, which seems difficult of attainment in musical society, viz., the silence and attention of his audience. Nothing irritated him so much, says Němeček, as restlessness, noise, or talking over music. On such occasions, the usually gentle, courteous man completely lost patience and expressed his annoyance without reserve. He has been known to rise in the middle of his playing and leave an inattentive audience. In some cases, his satirical humor led him to show his disgust in other ways. When he was playing to real musicians and connoisseurs, he was indefatigable. After his concert in Leipzig, where he had alternately played and conducted, he said to the good old violin player Berger, "I have only just got warm. Come home with me, and I will play you something worthy of an artist's ears." And after a hasty supper, his ideas and imagination streamed from the instrument till close on midnight. Then suddenly springing up, as his manner was, he cried, "Now, what do you think of that? You have heard Mozart after his own fashion. Something less will do for the others." The family with whom Mozart appeared most completely at home in Vienna was that of the celebrated botanist Frei von Jachin. We have an attractive description of it, 1844, from Caroline Pichler, who was intimate there from her youth. This family had for 60 or 70 years been a shining light in the scientific world, both in and out of Vienna, and their house was visited by many for the sake of the pleasant social intercourse there to be enjoyed. While the learned, or would-be learned, paid their respects to the famous father and his worthy son, Joseph Fritz von Jachin, the more youthful assembled round the younger son, Gottfried, whose lively intellect, striking talent for music, and charming voice made him the center of the gay circle, together with his sister Franziska, the still surviving Frau von Lagusius. On Wednesday evenings, which from time immemorial were dedicated by the family to society, even in winter when the Jachins lived in the botanic gardens, learned talk went on in the father's room, while we young people chattered, joked, made music, played games, and entertained ourselves entirely to our satisfaction. How thoroughly happy and at home Mozart was with his family may be seen from a letter to Gottfried von Jachin, written in the full glow of his happiness at the brilliant reception he had met with in Prague, January 14, 1787. At last I am fortunate enough to find a moment in which to inquire after your dear parents and all the Jachin family. I can only hope and pray that you are all as well and happy as we two are. I can assure you, however, that although we have been received here with extreme politeness and all possible honor, and Prague is really a handsome, pleasant city, I long very much for Vienna, and most particularly for your house, when I reflect that after my return I shall enjoy the pleasure of your society again for a short time, and then perhaps lose it forever. I feel to its full extent the friendship and esteem which I bear to your whole family. Now farewell. Present my respects to your revered parents, and embrace your brother for me. I kiss your sister's hand 1,000 times. But now it is time I close, is it not? Long ago, you will think. Write to me soon, very soon. If you are too lazy to do it yourself, send for Salman and dictate a letter to him, but it never comes straight from the heart unless you write yourself. Well, I shall see whether you are as much my friend as I am, and always shall be yours. During his second stay in Prague, Mozart acquaints his friend with a good reception of Don Giovanni, November 4th, 1787, and adds, "I wish that all my friends, especially Brady and you, could be here just for one evening to participate in my pleasure." And then he ends in his mocking way. My great-grandfather used to say to his wife, my great-grandmother, and she to her daughter, my grandmother, and she again to her daughter, my mother, and she finally to her daughter, my dear sister, that it was a great art to be able to speak well and fully, but that it was perhaps a still greater art to know when to leave off speaking. I will therefore now follow the advice of my sister, due to our mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, and bring my moral reflections and my letter to a close together. And when, to his delighted surprise, he received a second letter from Jahn, he answers in a postscript, "Can it be that neither your dear parents nor your sisters and brother keep me in remembrance? That is incredible. I put it down to your forgetfulness, my friend, and I flatter myself that I may safely do so." Just Bredi, of whom Mozart speaks in the above letter, was a young merchant of Roveredo, who was a favorite in musical circles, alike for his fine, well-trained tenor voice and for his amiable character. On the production of Idomeneo at the Auersberg Theatre, he took a part, probably that of Idomeneo. He too enjoyed, as he afterwards gratefully recorded, Mozart's friendship and confidence. Gottfried von Jahn wrote the following characteristic words in Mozart's album, April in 1787. "Genius without art is a chimera, for it is not intellect alone, not imagination, not even the two combined which make genius. Love, love, love is the soul of genius." He was endeared to Mozart by his musical talent and sympathy. A memorial of their friendship exists in the song composed for Jahn on March 23, 1787, Mentre dilatio o figlia, from Paisiello's Desfata de Dario, 513K, Part 9. A comparison of this with the song composed for Fischer shows how well Mozart understood the art of adapting himself to given conditions. There is no presupposition here of such a compass and flexibility of voice, nor of such force of passion as give the earlier song its original stamp. All that is required is a bass voice of moderate compass and no great depth, a certain volubility of voice, and a considerable amount of feeling and cultivation. The situation excludes any expression of violent emotion and moderates the sentiment without rendering it less hearty. We are called on to sympathize with the sorrow of a father taking leave of his daughter at a moment pregnant with fate, not with that of a youth parting from his beloved. Here again external conditions have been utilized in the production of a song, which is worthy by its beauty of form and grace of expression, to take a high rank among others of its class. Mozart composed other songs for his friend and his friend's family, ballads, for instance, for particular occasions and friends. Concerning one of these he writes, "If the song on question is to be a test of my friendship, have no more doubt on the subject. Here it is. But I hope that you do not need the song to convince you of my friendship." Prague, November 4th, 1787. Another Zocht von Heißer Fantasie, 520K, is inscribed den 26 Mai 1787 in honor Gottfried von Jahn's Zimmer, Landstrasse. Several charming little canzonetti for two sopranos and a bass with Italian words were also written for this circle. Mozart indicates one of them, Più non si trovano, 549K, under date July 16, 1788, and there are 5 other notturni of the kind existing in autograph. These Lucy Cari Lucy Bell, 346K, Ecco quel fiero istante by Natastasio, 436K, Mi Laniero Tassendo by Metastasio, 437K, Solontan Ben mio tu sai, 438K, Due pupille amabili, 439K. To these exists in Mozart's handwriting wind instrument accompaniment for 2 clarinets and a basset horn, or 3 basset horns, a combination often employed by Mozart, apparently without any special reason. The accompaniment may be dispensed with, the canzonetti being properly intended for the voices alone. They are extremely simple, but full of grace and charm, and betray the master in their harmonic turns and disposition of parts. It may be inferred that these compositions were primarily intended for the Jahn family, from the fact that several of them passed as the composition of Gottfried von Jahn in Vienna, as was the case with more than one solo song concerning whose authenticity there can be no doubt. Mozart set little store by such occasional compositions. They passed from hand to hand, and as Jahn himself composed songs which were put in circulation from his house, some of Mozart's might easily, without any fault on his part, be ascribed to him. As a set-off to these, the bass song Io ti lascio, o cara addio, 245 K, composed by Jahn, is to this day included among Mozart's works. In the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung, where it was first printed, it was expressly stated that the original was in Mozart's handwriting and was written by him in a few minutes, as he took leave of a lady friend. The scene was afterwards variously laid at Prague and Mayence and elaborated into a love episode, but in a letter to Hartel, May 25, 1799, Mozart's widow protested against the genuineness both of the song and of the story, and emphatically asserted, supported by the Abbe Stadler, that the song was composed by Gottfried von Jahn as a farewell to the Countess Hatzfeld, and that Mozart put the accompaniment to it. The song contains Mozart-like phrases, but no characteristic touches of his genius. Kelly relates that he composed Metastasio's Grazie agli inganni tuoi, that Mozart was pleased with the simple melody and wrote variations upon it. These do not exist, but we have a sketch by Mozart in which Kelly's melody, with some slight improvements and a new middle phrase, is arranged for 2 soprano voices and a bass, with a wind instrument accompaniment, flute, 2 clarinets, horns, and bassoons, no doubt for some special occasion. 532 K. Concerted songs of this kind were then a favorite pastime in musical circles. They were often comic and sometimes coarse. No one will doubt that Mozart was always ready for this species of fun, and his comic Bandal Terzett, 441 K, was known not only among his Vienna friends, but far and wide among lovers of music and fun. Mozart had made his wife a present of a new belt ribbon, which she wished to wear one day when she was going for a walk with Jahn. Not finding it, she called to her husband, "Liebesmandel, wo ist Bandel? Where is the belt, my dear?" They both looked for it in vain till Jahn joined them and found it, but he refused to give it up, held it high in the air, and being a very tall man, the Mozarts, both little, strove in vain to reach it. Entreaties, laughter, scolding were all in vain, till at last the dog ran barking between Jahn's legs. Then he gave up the ribbon and declared that the scene would make a good comic terzett. Mozart took the hint, wrote the words in the Vienna dialect, which is essential for the comic effect, and sent the terzett to Jahn. Well sung, it never fails of its effect. A 4-part pendant to the terzett, Caro mio Druck und Schluck, was in the possession of Mozart's widow, as she informed Hartel, May 25, 1799. It seems to have been a canon with a comic bass part, Angel 5 K. Canons were in special favor at the social gatherings of which we have been speaking. It may always be taken for granted that children and persons of slight musical cultivation will take peculiar pleasure in the severest form of musical mechanism, if the persistent regularity with which each part pursues its independent course is combined with the general effect of harmony and satisfaction. For the enlightened few, the interest arises from such a skillful handling of forms confined within the strictest rules, as shall emphasize epigrammatic points in the most vivid and telling manner. So in poetry, the sonnet, the triolet, and other similar forms serve by their very limitations to emphasize the conceits which they express. The same sort of contrast, produced without departing from a strict adherence to rule, forms the chief effect of the canon. The sharp definition of its various parts gives it abundance of meaning for accentuating particular points, aided by their constant recurrence in different positions and different lights. The canon, therefore, is the epigrammatic form of music, the most suitable vehicle for a moral sentence or a witty phrase, and it is capable of expressing alike the most serious and the most comic ideas. It requires, indeed, the firm hand of a master so to triumph over the difficulties of the form as to produce not only a masterpiece of counterpoint for the satisfaction of the learned, but also a melodious, self-sufficing vocal piece whose most studied difficulties shall leave the impression of lucky accidents. The greatest masters seem to have turned for recreation to the composition of canons, and even grave men like Padre Martini and Michael Haydn did not disdain to write comic canons. Mozart cultivated the style, and a long list may be placed under his name. In the oeuvre 15, 16, 2 2-part, 9 3-part, 9 4-part, and 1 6-part canons are printed, but they are certainly not all genuine. In the thematic catalogue, the following are noted as composed by Mozart. 15. 1. Difficile ejectu nimis gleich warm, 3-part, 559K. 2. Caro Bellaido, 3-part, 562K. 5. Ave Maria, 4-part, 554K. 6. Lacrimoso son io, 4-part, 555K. 16. 1. O du Esselhafter, Gehst du Fauler, 4-part, 560K. 2. Alleluia, 4-part, 553K. 3. Grechtzelseng, Alles Fleisch, 4-part, 556K. 4. Gemma in Prater, Alles ist eitel, 4-part, 558K. 6. Bona Nox, Gute Nacht, 4-part, 561K. Besides these, there must have been 4 more published from Mozart's autograph, for the widow writes, November 30th, 1799, that she has sent 13 canons in the original, but of these 1, 1512, O Wunderschön, 227K, was by William Byrd, died 1623, published by Matheson, and only copied by Mozart, and the same may have been the case with others. We recognize Mozart with some certainty in 16. 4. LMDARS Nicht labt mich mehr, 4-part, 233K. 5. Lieber Freistadler, lieber Gaulimauli, wer nicht liebt, 4-part, 232K. 7. LMIA Lasst uns froh sein, 6-part, 231K. 9. Lass immer, 2-part, 410K, but this canon exists in Mozart's handwriting as an adagio for 2 basset horns with the bassoon, perhaps as an accompaniment to a vocal piece. Concerning the others, I can speak with no certainty, but those which are well authenticated seem to me by far the finest. Some genuine canons by Mozart are omitted from this collection, such as the 4-part canon called in the thematic catalogue Nascoso, 557K, which is particularly fine. There are serious canons, cheerful canons, and an overwhelming majority of comic canons. The words to these last were generally his own. They are almost always in the Vienna dialect, and not a few of them are too coarse for publication, although they are preserved in verbal tradition. The original words of 2 of the most authentic may serve as an example of the rest. Grechtzelseng, wir gehen in Prater, Itzt lass nach, I lass mi nit stimme, I bei Leib, I jawohl, mi bringst nicht aussie, was blauscht der, Itzt halt's Maul, I geb dir a Tätchen, 556K. Gemma in Proda, Gemma in Detz, Gemma in Kasperl, der Kasperl ist krank, der Bar ist verrecht, was dat ma in de Hetz draust, in Prater gibt's Gelsen und Haufen von Dreck, 558K. The fun consisted essentially in the dialogue form and colloquial expressions of the text, as will be evident to all who compare the newly substituted versions, which, unexceptionable and correct as they are, neutralize the whole comic effect of the canons. Mozart's mastery of form and his wonderful power of transforming everything he attempted into a complete and well-rounded work of art are displayed in all the canons without exception. Each one contains the clear expression of a particular mood, together with a melodious beauty, so thoroughly consistent with the form in which they are embodied as to appear inseparable from it. Finding 8 4-part and 2 3-part canons under one date, September 2nd, 1788, in the thematic catalogue, we may be inclined to imagine that Mozart was seized with a sort of periodical canon fever, but it is more probable that some circumstance led to his noting on that day all the works of the kind that he had either in hand or in prospect. No doubt most of them were composed on the spur of the moment, as we know was the case with 2 among the list. The tenor-singer Johann Nepomuk Pier, a man of refinement, according to Schroeder, who had sung with his wife for several years at the Salzburg Theatre, paid a short visit to Vienna in 1785 and became acquainted with Mozart. He had a peculiar pronunciation which often made him the subject of raillery, and Mozart made it the text for a 3-part canon of wonderfully comic effect. This was scarcely ended when the singers turned over the leaf and began another 4-part canon, 560k, on the words O du esselhafter Pierl, O der perlische Essel, du bist so faul als wie ein Gaul, der weder Kopf noch Haxen hat, mit dir ist gar nicht anzufangen, ich seh dich noch am Galgen hangen, du dummer Gaul, du bist so faul, du dummer. Pierl, bist so faul als wie ein Gaul, O lieber Freund, verzeihe mir, Nepomuk, Pierl, verzeihe mir. There is nothing particularly refined or amusing about the jest, except the very excellent and effective canon. This was so highly applauded that it was employed on other occasions with more emphatic invectives, addressed to other individuals. Mozart's marvelous gift of improvisation, showing itself in this form among others, is illustrated by an anecdote vouched for by Rochlitz. The evening before Mozart left Leipzig for Berlin, whence he intended to return in a few days, he supped with the precentor Dolus, with whom he was very intimate. His entertainers, melancholy at the prospect of parting, begged for a few lines of his writing by way of remembrance. Mozart was in a merry mood, laughed at their whining, and declared he would rather go to bed than write music. At last he took a sheet of notepaper, tore it in half, sat down and wrote, at the most for 5 or 6 minutes. Then he handed one half to the son, the other to the father. On one page was a 3-part canon in long notes without words, and when sung, very melancholy and melodious. On the second page was also a 3-part canon without words, but in quavers and full of drollery. When they had discovered that the 2 might be sung together, Mozart wrote to the first the words, Lebet wohl, wir sehen uns wieder, to the second, heult noch gar wie alte Weiber, and so they were sung. Unhappily, this double canon is not preserved. Many comic compositions of this kind are ascribed to Mozart wrongly or on insufficient grounds. One most diverting example of his love of humor exists in the Musikalisches Spaß, as he calls it himself, the Bohème Symphony, as it is sometimes designated, which was probably written for a special occasion on June 11th, 1787, owing no doubt to pressure of time. It was only partially scored. Ignorant composers and unskillful performers are ridiculed together in this piece, which is in the form of a divertimento. In 4 movements for string quartet and 2 horns, the ridicule of the players is very broad, as, for instance, when the horns, where they should come in solo in the minuet, play actual wrong notes, or when the first violin at the close of a long cadenza, consisting of a number of trivial, disconnected passages, finishes off with an ascending scale and goes at least half a tone too high. But the most amazing confusion occurs at the end, where, in the midst of a fanfare in F major for the horns, the stringed instruments strike in one after another, each in a different key. A semitone higher or lower is treated as a matter of small importance. Thirds are carried on even where they are out of place. But sometimes, when a part seems to come in too soon, or when nothing but accompaniment is heard for several bars, as if the principal parts were pausing too long, or when at a particular point a note occurs which sounds excruciatingly false, it is only by the context that we can be sure that no actual mistake has happened, and that the composer does not deserve to be hissed on his own account. This is repeatedly the case also in the plan and treatment of the movements as a whole. They are after the usual pattern. Turns and passages occur of the customary kind, with here and there a striking modulation, but there is a complete lack of power to grasp or carry out an idea. 2 or 3 bars bring each effort to an end, and there is a constant recurrence to the traditional formula of the closing cadence. The attempt after thematic elaboration in the finale is very ludicrous. It is as though the composer had heard of such a thing and strove to imitate it in a few phrases, greatly to his own satisfaction. The art is most remarkable whereby the pretended ignorance never becomes wearisome, and the audience is kept in suspense throughout. The effect rests partly on the shrewd conception of what is truly comic in ignorant pretension, for nowhere is irony more dangerous than in music, the impression of discord being one difficult of control, partly on the perfect mastery of the instruments displayed by the composer. Among the compositions resulting mainly at least from friendship or social circumstances may be included the songs or ballads, Lieder, of which we have already noticed some examples. In Vienna and South Germany, the Lied was far from having attained at that time the importance it afterwards possessed. Even in social circles, classical, and therefore so far as song was concerned, Italian music predominated, and aspiring dilettanti sought exclusively for songs which should display their artistic cultivation. Dilettantism was then just beginning to bear sway, especially over the pianoforte, and its dominion speedily extended to vocal music, where the Lied became its peculiar form of expression. In North Germany, the state of affairs was somewhat different. Italian opera in Dresden and Berlin was too isolated to have much influence. The want of practiced singers had caused the cultivation of the operetta, which fell back on the confined form and simple expression of the Lied, and in its turn raised the Lied, which had lingered only in taverns in the domestic circle, to higher significance and cultivation. Weisse expressly declared that his operas were intended to incite the Germans to social song, nor had earlier and greater composers such as Telemann, Graun, Philipp Emanuel Bach, and others disdained to compose ballads or odes, as they were then called, for domestic practice. In Berlin this tendency was especially active, and Markpurg, in his critical letters, treats of the musical ode, chanson, Strophenlied, historically and aesthetically, and appends a long list of examples. The influence of the operetta upon the development of the 44 Lied is unmistakable. It was something more than chance which caused the simultaneous rise of German lyric poetry in many parts of North Germany, which produced such lyric poets as Weisse, Utz, Gleim, Hagedorn, Jacobi, etc., and the Dichterbund of Göttingen, with Hiller as their special composer. Klopstock had little to do with the movement. His odes have found composers, especially, not to mention Riefe, Gluck, who followed his principles in keeping close to the words of the poet, and aiming at declamatory effect. He was followed by Reichardt, a warm admirer of Klopstock, who wrote an essay on the composition of Klopstock's odes, but they had little influence, and the musical treatment of lyrical poetry received its chief impulse when Herder awoke the taste for national songs, and Goethe produced genuine German lyric poems. Reichardt and Schultz were the two composers who felt this impulse most strongly, and mainly strove for the development of the German ballad in its own simple, popular style. But this phase of musical influence had, in Mozart's day, hardly penetrated to Vienna. Hofmann, Stephan, Becke, Haydn, and others had indeed composed Lieder, but they laid claim to nothing higher than the amusement of social circles. The words are generally of mediocre merit, and the music so simple as to make it evident that the song did not intend to intrude into good society. Mozart only occasionally composed Lieder. He was in the habit, as his wife writes to Hartel, of writing down in a book kept for the purpose any poem which he admired, or which incited him to composition, but his reading was not extensive, and there was little to attract him to Vienna at that time. He had his own opinions on this subject as on others, and we are struck with his remarks in a letter to his father, December 23, 1782. I am at work upon a very difficult matter, vis-a-vis the setting of an ode on Gibraltar by Denis, but it is a secret, for a Hungarian lady wishes to surprise Denis with it. The ode is dignified, fine if you like, but too pompous and exaggerated for my taste. How can it be otherwise? Truth and moderation are hardly known and never valued nowadays. If a thing is to succeed, it must either be so easy that a hackney coachman could imitate it, or so incomprehensible that, just because they do not understand it, everybody is ready to praise it. Every competent critic will endorse Mozart's opinion on Denis's ode, but how many then in Vienna were as independent and candid in their judgment on the favorite poet as the young composer? A facsimile of Mozart's hasty sketch of part of this ode is taken from the archives of the Mozarteum at Salzburg. Whether the ode was ever finished, I do not know. We may gather that Mozart's Lieder were the result of occasional impulses, from the fact that they occur at long intervals, and that he usually wrote several at one time. On May 7, 1785, he composed 3 poems by Weisse. On the autograph 472-474K is noted Weisse, Erste Band, page 18, 1429. Weisse's lyrical poems, Leipzig, 1772, formed part of Mozart's modest library. The year 1787, however, was most fruitful, owing doubtless to his constant intercourse with Jahn. We find 4 in May, 517, 520K, 2 on June 24th, 523, 524K, 2 at Prague on November 6th, 529, 530K, and another on December 11th, 531K. Then there is a pause until January 14, 1791, when 3 ballads, 596, 598K, were composed, according to Nissen, for a children's publication. Mozart published but few of these compositions. They generally remained in the possession of those for whom they were written, and were circulated in manuscript copies, which explains why many were attributed to him which he never wrote, while some of his own composition were attributed to others. The greater number of them are true Strophenlieder, such as the ballads from Campe's Kinderbibliothek, 595, 598K, to which also belongs a ballad for little Fritz's birthday, 529K, to which very unsuitable words have been adapted. These are all manifestly easy and simple, and possess the same charm from the mouths of children as Komm lieber Mai, Hagedorn's little song Zu meiner Zeit bestand noch Recht und Billigkeit, 570K, is jestingly treated. Mozart himself has written over it a little through the nose to emphasize the proper comic delivery. The quality which distinguishes these songs from the majority of those contemporary with them is not so much their perfect form and finish, their attractive melodies, or their harmonious delicacy, though these exist in full measure, as their vivid expression of a poetic mood, be it cheerful, earnest, or passionate. The poems of Hagedorn, Weisse, Jacobi, Overbeck, Hölty, Miller, Claudius, and others whose names are unknown, seem to us little calculated to stir the poetical productivity of the composer, and the passionate expression and forcible accentuation of some of the songs strike us as being almost in opposition to the words of the poem. Look only at the close of the second song, Zufriedenheit, 473K, und angenehm ist selbst mein Schmerz, wenn ich vor Liebe weine, or the words in the Betragenen Welt, 474K, es wird ein Praktikfest vollzogen, bald hinkt die Reue hinterdrein. We must not leave out of account, however, that the standpoint of literary cultivation accepted by Mozart and his contemporaries had its own conceptions and standard of poetic representation. A perhaps not very distant future will doubtless feel equal wonder at some of the poems set to music in our own day. It is more important to note Mozart's exposition of his own poetic nature, which led him to grasp and embody not so much the words and the form as the animating idea of the poem before him. Therefore, it is that he gives us in his music a depth and truth of emotion which are wanting in the words. Take, for example, the first song by Weisse, the Zauberer, divested of the pastoral costume, which is strange to us, and of the tame, somewhat clumsy expression, and retain the situation of a young girl awakening to her first consciousness of love with timid amazement. This we shall find in Mozart's composition, certainly not in Weisse's Shepherdess. In one song of passionate and sorrowful expression, Trennung und Wiedervereinigung by Jacobi, two verses, in which the sentiment is considerably modified, have a fresh setting, and the first melody recurs only at the close. Others have each verse the same. One of these is the song Encloy, 524 K, perhaps the best known and liked of all Mozart's pleasant, easy melodies, but is the least significant and song-like of any, being formed after the manner of Italian canzonetti. Abendempfindung, 523 K, is more original and finer in its expression of emotion and in its form, which appears to yield to its changing moods, but is in reality both finished and well-defined. In Glückliche Liebe, 520 K, is passionate and almost dramatic, a definite situation being indicated by the poet in the superscription als Louis die Briefe ihres ungetreuen Liebhabers verbrannte. But the crown of all the songs, by virtue of its touching expression of emotion and its charming perfection of form, is unquestionably Goethe's Weilchen, 476 K. In other songs we discern musical genius divining and bringing to light the poetic germ which lies hidden in the words. Here we have the impression made upon Mozart by true poetry. It may seem remarkable that so simple a lyrical poem should have been treated by Mozart as a romance, giving a certain amount of dramatic detail to the little story, and yet it must not be overlooked that the masterly touch which repeats the closing words Das arme Weibchen, es war ein herziges Weilchen, fully reasserts a genuine lyric element. A tendency to dramatic effect was inherent in Mozart's nature as an artist, and Goethe's clear and plastic presentation of a simple image, true in every feature, could not fail to impress him deeply. The poem must have fallen into his hands by some accident. Had he known others of them, he would certainly have preferred them to Weisse's. Why did he not seek them out? He does not seem to have sought out any poems for composition, but took what came, and Goethe had scarcely penetrated to the circle in which he lived. Had the springtime of German poetry been opened before his day, what inspirations might we not have drawn from its source? Mozart's labors as a song composer are not by any means on a level with those in the other branches of his art, although even here his artistic nature could not fail to make itself felt. Beethoven followed him closely in his manner of songwriting, and walked steadily to the last in the path indicated by Mozart. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Von Swieten and Classical Music. Gottfried Baron von Swieten was a man who exercised, in more than one respect, an important influence on Mozart's career. He was born in 1734, the son of the Empress Maria Theresa's celebrated and influential physician Gerhard von Swieten, who had removed with his family from Leyden to Vienna in 1745. Gottfried devoted himself to the study of the law and pursued a diplomatic career, but from his youth up he had been passionately fond of music and had turned his studies in the art to practical, though not very successful, account. In 1769, Favard's Rosière de Salency was produced in Paris with music by different composers. Van Swieten wrote several of the songs, but they failed to attract much praise. He also composed 8 symphonies, as stiff as himself, as Haydn said. In 1771, Joseph II appointed him ambassador to the court of Prussia, and there Nicolai made his acquaintance, and speaks of him as an enthusiastic amateur and connoisseur, and even a composer. His residence in Berlin was important for the development of his musical taste and the ideas which he afterwards undertook to introduce in Vienna. In 1740, Frederick the Great had erected the Berlin Opera House and produced the Italian opera seria of the time with all the brilliancy of first-rate performers and scenic accessories. Grand operas, interrupted, however, by the 7 Years' War, were regularly given. The king used to sit in the pit immediately behind the conductor, so as to be able to look over his score. He held firm to his original principles of taste, would admit nothing but opera seria, and no new works except those of Hasse and Graun. The Kapellmeister Karl Heinrich Graun, 1709-1759, was obliged to compose the operas to which the king furnished libretti in French, to be turned into Italian, and hurried over his uncongenial task. They were always submitted to the king, and what he disapproved of had to be altered. He preferred Hasse's composition on account of his greater fire and passion, while Graun, highly prized as a singer by his royal master, heard little but blame for his shortcomings as a composer. Notwithstanding this, he had to produce his opera year after year, and matters continued unchanged. Johann Friedrich Agricola, 1720-1774, who succeeded Graun in 1760, wrote little himself, except some pieces for insertion in old operas, which are kept in the same style. The king would have nothing to say to any other composers, and received Reichardt with the advice, "Have a care of the new Italians, the fellows write like pigs." Reichardt, in applying for Agricola's post after the death of the latter in 1775, was obliged to support his claims by the production of an opera modeled on the pattern of Graun and Hasse. As Kapellmeister, he must not dream of striking out in any other direction. For the last 10 years of his life, the king took little interest in musical matters. Italian opera lingered on with the pieces of Graun and Hasse, but it sank lower and lower. Side by side with the opera, however, which followed so closely the Italian tradition, there arose in Berlin a peculiar form of instrumental music founded on the Saxon school. The king, as is well known, gave a private concert every evening, and performed on the flute pieces composed by himself or his master Quantz, who wrote over 300 such for Frederick. Johann Joachim Quantz, 1697-1773, to whom the king had been much attached from his earliest years, was supreme in all matters musical, and was nicknamed the Pope of the Berlin music. He was the only man who presumed to cry bravo to the king's playing. Next after Quantz, in Frederick's favor, stood Franz Benda, 1709-1786, an artist of originality and a first-rate violin player. His manner of execution was peculiar to himself, and rested mainly on a pure and expressive delivery. His brother Joseph, 1724-1804, and the sons of both followed in his footsteps, and the concertmeister J. Gottlieb Graun, 1698-1771, highly esteemed as a violin player and instrumental composer, may be said to have belonged to the same school. By these distinguished artists the Berlin Orchestra was formed and trained to a degree of excellence second only to that of Dresden, and not until later surpassed by Mannheim and Vienna. The highest rank among the artists of Berlin must be accorded to Philipp Emanuel Bach, 1714-1788. He was summoned to the Prussian capital in 1738 as accompanist to the then Crown Prince, and after 1756 he shared the office with Foch. He was an accomplished and tasteful accompanist, but the wearisome monotony of the royal concerts disgusted him, and as an artist he could not but be annoyed at the king's narrow prejudices. He revenged himself by refusing to comply when Frederick, who liked to play in various times, required his accompanist to give way to him. This led to a dislike on the king's part, which prevented him from duly appreciating Bach, and the latter willingly obeyed a summons to Hamburg in 1767 to fill Telemann's place. His technical studies, founded on J. Sebastian Bach's system of fingering, and his clavier sonatas entitle him to be considered as the father of modern pianoforte playing, and Haydn acknowledged him alone as his model. He was held in unbounded reverence as a creative and original artist, especially in Berlin and Hamburg, and deserved equal respect as a man of cultivation and good breeding. Nicolai declares that what Quintilian says of Cicero may be applied with equal truth to Bach, that those who have learned to appreciate his works above all others have made a marked advance along the path of knowledge. The school of Johann Sebastian Bach was represented in all its severity and scholarly learning by his son Wilhelm Friedemann Bach, 1710–1784, who passed the later years of his life in Berlin, as much admired as an artist of genius and scholarship, as he was dreaded and disliked by reason of his overbearing egotism and eccentric fantasies. Agricola was also a pupil, and like all his pupils, an enthusiastic admirer of Sebastian Bach, but Kernberger was undoubtedly his greatest apostle. It was he who represented the school of Bach in Berlin, side by side with the operatic school of Hasse and Graun, and he was mainly, though far from exclusively, active in developing the instrumental style, which determined the taste of the Berlin musical world. The position of music in Berlin was peculiar in that it had gained recognition for itself, even in respect of its literature. Not a few musicians were cultivated and scientific men, ready with their pen and anxious to employ it in the musical cause. Quantz's course of flute playing, 1752, was followed by Philipp Emanuel Bach's True Art of Playing the Clavier, 1753–1761, and Agricola's Introduction to the Art of Song, 1757, and together with these may be noted Marburg's Art of Playing the Clavier, 1750, Introduction to Clavier Playing, 1755–1765, and Introduction to Music and Singing, 1763. It was no small honor for Leopold Mozart's violin method to find recognition in this circle. The writings of the advocate Krause on musical poetry, 1752, of Nickelmann on melody, 1755, and Marburg's Introduction to Vocal Composition, 1758, must not be omitted from the list. The theory of harmony and counterpoint was studied with equal zeal, and Kimberger and Marburg have earned for themselves a place of honor in the history of music. Johann Philipp Kimberger, 1721–1783, Kammer Musicus to the Princess Amalie, a pupil of Sebastian Bach, was of small merit as a composer, but being a sagacious man and fond of research, he busied himself in tracing the principles and maxims of composition through the works of his revered master. The gift of literary expression was denied to him by his education and manner of life, and unless he were assisted by friends such as Agricola, Sulzer, or his pupil Schultz, he found it difficult to express his views with clearness. His intellect, knowledge, and study were considerable, his character open and estimable, but he was embittered by the want of the recognition which he believed to be his due. Want of refinement led him to turn his critical acumen into a weapon of attack, which he often used in a manner both spiteful and unjust. Quantz had maintained that a genuine duet admitted of no bass, and published some duets to prove his point. Kimberger played the duets on the church organ, while Quantz was receiving the communion, with the bass added. Friedrich Wilhelm Marburg, 1718–1795, thereupon took up the cudgels, and endeavored to prove from Kimberger's fugues that he was the last man who had a right to make himself conspicuous as a critic. This gave rise to a feud, which was carried on with great bitterness on both sides, respecting various principles of musical theory. Marburg had the advantage of a thorough school and university education. As private secretary to General Bodenberg, he had enjoyed intercourse with Voltaire, D'Alembert, and Maupertuis, and a lengthened stay in Paris in 1746 had made him familiar with the French cultivation of the time. After 1749, he lived in Berlin. In his youth, he had been the friend of Winckelmann and the companion of Lessing in his jovial hours as well as in his studies and controversies. Shrewd and thorough in manners of research and a passionate temper, he could neither brook contradiction nor control his violence. And superior as he was to Kirnberger in powers of expression, he yielded nothing to him in coarseness and virulence of attack. Yet another influence on musical affairs in Berlin remains to be noted, vis-a-vis the musical journals edited by Marburg and the musicians and scholars associated with him. The Musical Critic on the River Spree, 1749-1750, Critical and Historical Contributions to the Study of Music, 1754-1762, and Critical Letters on Music, 1760-1764. Music was treated also by literary men from a more general point of view. Sulzer included music in his treatise on the fine arts, 1771-1774, and sought counsel of professional men better versed in the art than himself. He selected Kirnberger as the fittest man for his purpose, and after him his pupil J.A.P. Schultz, who was inferior to his master in scholarly acquirements, but far superior to him in clearness and facility. The great influence which Sulzer's work exercised in Germany caused his views upon music therein expressed to be appealed to as a sort of final authority. Frau Nicolai was exceedingly fond of music and made it a practical study. He was personally acquainted with all the great musicians, especially Agricola, Marburg, and Reichardt, and he set himself seriously to form musical opinions founded on his own observation. When he undertook the German Universal Cyclopedia in 1765, he included music in the list of subjects treated. Nicolai's influence in Berlin was great, and a literary organ of so much importance could not fail to give weight and consideration to musical criticism. The practical result of these musical efforts, so far as they did not proceed immediately from the king, consisted mainly in the Liebhaberkonzert, founded in 1770 and held every Friday evening under Nicolai's direction. All available forces were assembled on these occasions. Orchestral works, native or foreign, were performed. Vocal and instrumental virtuosi found an audience, and great vocal compositions were frequently produced, such as Grounds and Philipp Emanuel Bach's Sacred Music, and what is more noteworthy, Handel's oratorios, especially Judas Maccabeus, the Feast of Alexander, and the Messiah. Earnest and upright intention, and efforts after intellectual comprehension in art deserve all recognition, even when united with partiality, pedantry, and quarrelsomeness. The supremacy claimed by Frederick the Great's capital, even in music, extended to South Germany, and especially to Vienna. Wagenseil and Stephan, at that time men of considerable note in Vienna, are complacently taken to task by Marburg. Nicolai openly says that after Fuchs's death, Vienna had various good composers, but no extraordinary genius worthy to rank with Sebastian and Philipp Emanuel Bach, Telemann, Graun, or Hasse, men who had determined the course of musical progress in North Germany until Haydn appeared. The Viennese, on the other hand, were entirely ignorant of all that concerned music in North Germany, and especially in Berlin. Youthful impulses could not altogether fail, however, to stir the musical world of Berlin. The French operetta, conducted for a long time by Schultz, and still more the German opera after 1771, had the effect of gradually reforming the taste of the general public. Prince Henry, who had an excellent band in his pay, was by no means so devoted to old music and the old composers as the king. His concertmeister, Johann Peter Salomon, 1745-1815, whom Reichardt heard perform Bach's violin solos without accompaniment, exceedingly well produced Haydn symphonies and quartets with zeal and energy. His successor, J.A.P. Schultz, 1747-1800, a pupil of Kernberger's, who had made a lengthened tour in Italy and become personally acquainted with Haydn, followed his natural inclination, to the great dissatisfaction of his master, in composing after the new style, and wishing to produce not only Haydn's but Gluck's music. His attempts were unsuccessful, but Haydn's music was admired by others besides the more youthful of the public. There were, it is true, supporters of the old music, who made a noisy exit whenever Haydn's music was performed, but others, such as Marburg, laughed at such folly. It did not withhold their recognition of his genius. Nicolai speaks of him with frank and enlightened approbation. Reichardt, as Kapellmeister to the king, could not afford an independent judgment, but he endeavored, by the concert spirituel which he set on foot, and by his compositions and writings, to turn the interest of the public in new directions. It was into this peculiar musical atmosphere, so different from that of Vienna, that von Swieten entered at Berlin. His turn of mind, being essentially rational and methodical, disposed him to sympathy with the severe Berlin school, and to a partiality for a concise style. He was enchanted with the music of Handel and Bach, which he brought back with him to Vienna, and turned to account by means of his personal friendship with Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. He commissioned Philipp Emanuel Bach to compose, in 1774, 6 grand orchestral symphonies, with the express wish that he would allow his genius full play, without any regard to difficulty of execution. In Berlin also von Swieten became better acquainted with Haydn than was possible in Vienna, and like Mozart and the youthful Beethoven, he loved and reverenced him next to Handel and Bach. As far as music is concerned, he writes, December 1798, I have gone back to the times when it was thought necessary, before practicing an art, to study it thoroughly and systematically. In such study I find nourishment for my mind and heart, and support when any fresh proof of the degeneracy of the art threatens to cast me down. My chief comforters are Handel and the Bachs, and with them the few masters of our own day, who tread firmly in the footsteps of the truly great and good, and either give promise of reaching the same goal, or have already attained to it. In this there can be no doubt that Mozart, had he been spared to us, would have succeeded. Joseph Haydn stands actually at the goal. On his return to Vienna, which took place about 1778, he at once assumed a position of great importance. He succeeded to his father's office as prefect of the Imperial Library, was appointed president of the Education Commission in 1781, and entrusted with the conduct of the educational scheme which was introduced throughout the empire in 1783. Knowledge, intelligence, and zeal he certainly possessed, but he was wanting in the energy and decision necessary to carry out the projects he conceived. His influential position, rank, and wealth, the hereditary fame of his family, and the importance of his mission at the court of Frederick the Great gave him the right to a place among the most distinguished society. He exerted all his influence in the cause of music, even for so subordinate an end as to enforce silence and attention during musical performances. Whenever a whispered conversation arose among the audience, His Excellency would rise from his seat in the first row, draw himself up to his full majestic height, measure the offenders with a long, serious look, and then very slowly resume his seat. The proceeding never failed of its effect. Von Swieten was not liberal in money matters. He always had it in his power to collect money among his friends of high rank for musical purposes, and he did not fail, on such occasions, to contribute his own quota, but he was not by any means generous for a wealthy and childless man. Haydn's experience supported this view, and the eulogies pronounced on von Swieten's benevolence to Mozart's family after his death have no foundation. In fact, he did nothing worth mentioning for them. In his intercourse with artists, however highly he might estimate them and their works, his demeanor was always that of a grand seigneur, and he enforced his own views with an air of somewhat overbearing superiority. This was again Haydn's experience, and Mozart can scarcely have escaped some measure of annoyance from the same source. But such personal failings as these are cast into the shade by the merit which is due to von Swieten as the man who awoke interest in Vienna for severe and classical music. His influence upon Mozart is unmistakable. At the beginning of 1782, we find them in constant intercourse, and Mozart habitually present at von Swieten's musical Sunday mornings, at which music in the severe style only was performed. He had, as Mozart writes to his sister, April 20, 1782, a stock of music good in point of value, but small in quantity, and in order to add to it, Mozart requests his father to send him both his own church compositions and some select works of Michael Haydn and Eberlin, which he had formerly copied. They were performed with great applause in the little circle. These performances were clearly not intended for an audience, for von Swieten sang tenor, Mozart alto, at the same time playing the pianoforte, Starzer tenor, and young Teberi, who had just returned from Italy, bass, March 12, 1783. But in this way they became familiar with the best works of masters who had been hitherto unheard in Vienna. It is a fact, writes Mozart, April 12, 1783, that the change of taste has extended even to church music, which is much to be regretted. So it comes that the best church music lies worm-eaten in the garret. Clavier music of the same school also found a place in von Swieten's musical meetings. Mozart writes to his father, April 10, 1782, "I wish you would send me Handel's 6 fugues and the toccata and fugues by Eberlin. I go every Sunday morning to the Baron von Swieten, and nothing is played there but Handel and Bach. I am making a collection of the Bach fugues, Sebastian's as well as Emmanuel's and Friedemann's, and also of Handel's, and I want just these 6. Also, I should like to let the Baron hear Eberlin's." Concerning the latter, however, he writes soon after to his sister, April 20th, 1782, "If my father has not yet had Eberlin's works copied, pray countermand them. I have found them here, and see, now that I refresh my memory of them, that they are very trivial and unworthy of a place with Handel and Bach. His 4-part movement deserves all respect, but his clavier fugues are simply versetti spun out to great length." We have seen already how Mozart's interest in the study of these masters was still further kindled by the pleasure his wife took in fugues. When he sent his sister a 3-part fugue with a prelude, he wrote to her, April 20th, 1782, that if time and opportunity served, he meant to write 5 more fugues and present them all to von Swieten. She must therefore keep this one to herself, learn it by heart, and play it. It is not so easy to play fugues. A second, 39 Anhalt, has only the theme with 1 answer written down. See page images. A third is more finished, 40 Anhalt, and its very original subject promises an interesting elaboration, which causes the more regret that it should have stopped short of completion. Mozart twice projected arranging Froberger's Fantasia super ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la for the pianoforte, but neither time did he accomplish his intention, 292 Anhalt. The 3-part fugue in C major, which has been published, 394 K, probably the same that Mozart sent to his sister with the prelude, gives an idea of his intentions. A 4-part fugue in G minor, wanting only a few bars, was finished and published by Stadler, 401 K. Only sketches remain of other clavier fugues. The most finished, 26 bars, is a fugue in G major, 23 Anhalt. See page images, next page. To the same time and school belongs the great fugue for 2 pianofortes in C minor, composed on December 29, 1783. 426 K. The beginning is preserved of another fugue for 2 pianofortes in G major of a totally different character, 45 Anhalt. See page image. We may judge of the manner in which Mozart wished his fugues to be played from an expression to his sister when he sent her the first of them, April 20th, 1782. I have taken care to write andante maestoso on it, that it may not be played too fast. For if a fugue is not played slowly, the recurring subject is not distinctly and clearly heard, and so loses its effect. Afterwards, in June 1788, Mozart arranged the C minor fugue for his string quartet and wrote a short adagio as an introduction, 546 K, probably for von Swieten, with whom he was then in closer intercourse than ever, in consequence of the instrumentation and performance of Handel's oratorios. The ease and distinctness with which four-part movements of this metrical style could thus be executed had already suggested to Mozart the arrangement of 5 fugues from Bach's Wohltemperierter Klavier for stringed instruments 405 K. The handwriting points to 1782 or 1783, when von Swieten's influence was at its highest. The fugues selected, doubtless with a view to their suitability for the purpose, were, in Breitkopf and Hertel's edition, number 2 in C minor, number 7 in E-flat major, number 9 in E major, number 8 transposed from D-sharp major to D major, and number 5 in D major. An interesting illustration of the pleasure with which Mozart sought to follow in the steps of Handel and Bach is afforded by the unfinished Clavier Suite 399 K, belonging to 1782 or 1783. It begins, according to rule, with an overture, C major, consisting of 2 movements, a slow introduction and imitation, and a fugued allegro closing on the dominant. Then follows, after traditional usage, an allemande, C minor, a courant, E-flat major, and a sarabande, G minor. Of this last, however, only 6 bars are written. The imitation of the older masters is unmistakable in the design and many of the details of the movements, the only novelty being the changes of key. They may, in this sense, be considered as studies, but Mozart's originality constantly asserts itself, and the courant in especial is completely imbued with it. Still more original and free is the short Gigue for the clavier, which Mozart wrote on May 17, 1789, in the album of Herr Engel, court organist in Leipzig, 574 K, no doubt in remembrance of Bach, whose motets he had there heard for the first time with unbounded delight. The light and flexible Gigue had been transformed by Bach's freer, and at the same time severer treatment into a fantastic, almost humorous movement, which took the same place in the suite that was afterwards given to the scherzo in the sonata. Mozart selected the severer style and the intellectual skill with which the strictest forms of counterpoint, harmony, and rhythm are so freely and archly treated as to make both player and listener hold their breath from surprise, renders this little composition a masterpiece. It causes regret that the suite, containing as it did so many elements capable of development, was not seriously taken up and carried to perfection by Mozart. It must not be supposed that Mozart's study of Bach and Handel had no result but to teach him to write fugues. His earlier compositions show him to have been no novice in the art of counterpoint. What he found most admirable in these masters was their power of making forms strict, even to rigidity, the medium of a natural expression of their musical ideas and emotions. Their use of all the available wealth of contrapuntal combinations was no mere trick of barren speculation, but a deliberate selection of a means of expression from the inexhaustible fund of their productive powers. That this was the sense in which Mozart reverenced his masters is proved by his criticism of Eberlin and of Hassler, who had learnt Bach's harmonies and modulations by heart, but was unable to work out an original fugue, and it is proved more satisfactorily still by his own works. Even in compositions avowedly written as studies, Mozart's originality appears, and in his later works there is no trace of any attempt at servile imitation of Bach or Handel. He imitated not their work, but their way of working, drew from the sources to which they had given him access, and employed that which he received from them in accordance with his own nature and the task before him. Master strokes of genius in many pieces of his chamber music, as also in the last movement of the C major symphony and in the overture to the Zauberflöte, where art reaches its highest pitch in the union of strictest form with freest fantasy, may be ascribed in no small degree to the impulses arising from his study of Bach and Handel. But their influence reaches beyond his compositions in their severe style. The perfection of polyphonic composition, which characterizes all Mozart's works and wherein consists one of his chief merits, rests, even in its broadest and freest development, upon the foundations laid by those masters. So, too, the fertility and boldness of Mozart's harmonic treatment may be traced back to the same source. Harmonic beauties, novel and striking transitions and turns, are frequent enough in his earlier works, but they are simply harmonic combinations, whereas in his later works they appear as a free and intellectual development of the polyphonic principle. Again, the influence of the older masters and their works is observable in a certain harshness occasioned by independence in the disposition of parts, which Mozart does not by any means seek to avoid. In this respect, he makes demands upon his audience as great and greater than those, for instance, of Bach and Beethoven, and may be compared to Sophocles, who, admired as he justly was by the ancients for his sweetness and charm, did not hesitate upon occasion to startle his hearers with his harsh severity. Mozart's severity is never the result of clumsy workmanship, but is a conscious and deliberate choice of means. Neither is it employed as a stimulant, but rather as an incentive to a better appreciation of passages of perfect beauty. The sense of deliverance from conflict and obscurity, and passage into calmness and light, is so striking that it cannot be wondered at if the means whereby it is attained are little analyzed. Among the compositions in precise or metrical style, special interest attaches to the three-part pianoforte fugue in C major, 394 K. It opens with an introduction more elaborate than a prelude, and entitled, therefore, a fantasia. Such introductions, not always in free form, sometimes called toccata, were usually prefixed to a fugue or other composition in order to give it the character of an improvisation. Several others by Mozart exist. The one in question, after a few slow bars, is a lively movement. It varies its key continually and does not carry out fully any motif or passage. This agitated unrest gives it a pathetic character and excites expectation. The whole movement is brilliant and effective. It closes on the dominant, thus announcing its nature as an introduction. The fugue which follows is in striking contrast, firm and quiet, yet full of life and latent emotion. See page image. The two first bars, with their intervals of fourths, announce a more serviceable than individually expressive subject, but the agitative motif which follows has a very original character, heightened by its auxiliary notes and by its rapid succession of sharp dissonance. A gentle, almost melancholy tone pervades the whole fugue, and is expressed also by its frequent passage into a minor key. Apart from its interesting technical elaboration, it is important by reason of its characteristic expression, and may serve as an illustration of Mozart's complete mastery of the fugue form. To this it may be added that the fugue we are considering is essentially adapted for the pianoforte, both in conception and composition. This is not the case in the same degree with the G minor fugue, 401 K, which is artistically worked out, but not equal to the C major either in breadth of expression or adaptation to the nature of the instrument. The same may be said of the three-part fugue in D major, of which Mozart has written 37 bars, 443 until 67 K. The effect of the C minor fugue, 426 K, also rests neither on the sound effects of the pianoforte nor on those of the stringed instruments. It is so broadly conceived, so earnestly and with such ruthless severity carried out, that the external means of expression fall into the background before the energetic enunciation of the laws of form, obeyed consciously but without servility. Quite otherwise is the case with the introduction, which, written originally for strings, is expressly adapted to their peculiarities of sound effect. Their harmonic treatment, and more especially the enharmonic changes, are of extraordinary beauty and depth, and occasion remarkable effects of suspense and climax. Most admirable is the art with which the character of the movement as an introduction is maintained, and the defiant style of the following fugue clearly indicated, at the same time that the mind is tuned to a pitch of longing and melancholy, which makes the entry of the categorical fugue a positive relief and stimulant. A fugue for 4 stringed instruments in D minor, of which the first elaboration is indicated in the sketch 76 on Alk. See page image, appears well suited to the instruments. Whether it was to form a movement in a quartet or an independent piece we have no means of ascertaining. It appears fitting to cast a glance in this place on 2 works belonging to a later time, but falling within the same school of composition. These are the 2 pieces for an organ in a clock, in F minor, which have been published and are well known as Fantasia and Sonata for the pianoforte for 4 hands. They both consist of a slow movement and another in lively metrical style. Their design is similar, but not identical. The first, composed in December 1790, 594 K, opens with a solemn adagio, whose impression of great gentleness is not disturbed by some harmonic harshness. It keeps strictly within the limits of an introduction. The allegro in F major, formed by the imitative treatment of an agitated motif, is divided sonata-like into 2 parts, and returns through an harmonic transition to the adagio, which is modified in a masterly way and leads to a calm conclusion. The whole piece is marvelously rounded off, and the restlessness of the allegro contrasts with, but does not oppose, the gentle expression of the adagio. Each forms the fitting complement to the other. The second piece, 608 K, composed on March 3, 1791, is more broadly planned and has a greater depth of feeling. It begins with the allegro, the first bars of which serve to introduce a fugue, admirably disposed and full of lovely melody, with a general tone of serious contemplation. When the fugue has been brought to a close by a stretto, with the subject inverted, a striking harmonic transition leads back to the opening motif, which passes into the andante in A-flat major. Its treatment as a middle movement is more weighty and elaborate. A well-developed motif recurs again and again in varied figuration, connected by different interludes, and gives a general impression of pure and satisfied grace, touched with a breath of melancholy recollection, the natural development of the powerful feeling and contemplative spirit of the allegro. But this happy calm is of short duration. The first movement returns, the fugue recommences, rendered more animated than before by our counter-subject, and breaks off with a passionate conclusion. These 2 compositions are a fresh proof of Mozart's deep insight into the nature of the forms of counterpoint, which gave him power to use them as the free expression of his individual nature. He is entitled to the praise of having brought these forms to their fullest perfection, an incalculable gain to the development of music, which has proceeded in other directions since his time. It is sometimes regretted that Mozart should have wasted his genius and his labor upon compositions for a toy clock. We may rather remark how, like a true artist, he set himself to perform the task before him, and produced a work which, keeping within its given conditions, forms, nevertheless, a great and harmonious whole. Mozart, having become acquainted through Van Swieten with the vocal compositions of Handel, Bach, and other masters of the church style, turned, as might be expected, with renewed zeal to this branch of musical art. Unfortunately, upon the introduction of the new regulations in church matters in 1783, the Emperor Joseph prohibited the performance of figured or instrumental church music in the churches of Vienna, and it was only at the court chapel or St. Stephen's Cathedral, when the archbishop celebrated, that musical masses could be performed. German congregational singing was substituted in other cases. It was not liked, and many complaints were made that the total abolition of church music should have been deemed the only remedy for its abuses. Thus Mozart was deprived of all hope of success in this direction. But he had undertaken in 1782, in performance of a vow, to compose a Mass for Salzburg, and this work bears distinct traces of the studies which were occupying him at the time. Mozart completed the Kyrie, Gloria, Sanctus, and Benedictus of this Mass in C minor, 427K. The first movement of the Credo is complete as to the choir parts and bass, and the essential points of the accompaniment are indicated. In the same way, the voices, obbligato wind instruments, and bass of the Incarnatus are fully written out, the rest of the accompaniment being only indicated. The whole plan and treatment of the Mass differ from those of the earlier ones. In the latter, limitation to a narrow standard and the subservience of the parts to the whole are the prevailing principles, while in the former the effort is evident to give as wide a signification as possible to each part in itself. With this object, each section of the text is treated as an independent movement. The Gloria consists of 7 completely detached pieces. The mechanism corresponds to its external divisions, and the treatment throughout is thematic and elaborate, for the most part in strict form. A wealth of resource is displayed in the means employed to give the desired effect. Several of the choruses are 5-part, one is 8-part, and then again 4 solo voices are introduced in various ways. The orchestra necessarily complies with the usual Salzburg conditions. The brass instruments are completely appointed, but neither flutes nor clarinets are used with the oboes and bassoons. All the effect of independence possible is given, chiefly by the skillful introduction and treatment of obbligato instruments. It cannot be said, however, that the instrumental part of this work is as brilliant and full of color as others composed at the same period. The tone coloring is on the whole monotonous, but there are not wanting some original instrumental effects, principally of the wind instruments. Such is the employment of the trombones, usually only as support to the voices, with independent effect in several parts of the Kyrie and Sanctus. The effect of the whole accompaniment consists mainly in the independence with which it contrasts with the voices, and is produced partly by effective passages and partly by skillful contrapuntal elaboration. That which most strikes us on a careful examination of this Mass is the dissimilarity of the movements in many respects, suggesting that it was undertaken as a study. The solo movements are the most important, more especially by reason of the bravura treatment. Bravura was not considered by any means out of place in church music, and even the classical masters of the last century, such as Handel and Bach, did not exclude it from their sacred works. But it is curious that Mozart, who only introduced bravura into his dramatic music from complaisance to the singers, should have made concessions to the taste for it in this Mass. The first grand soprano solo is quite after the pattern of an old bravura aria, and displays little or nothing of Mozart's originality. It is so suggestive of the style of Graun or Hasse that we are inclined to suspect the influence of these masters through von Swieten. More of Mozart's own character is given to the Incarnatus, accompanied by the wind instruments, and contain touches of delicacy and grace, but the bravura goes beyond all bounds, especially in the 22 bars of cadenza for the voice and wind instruments. The duet for 2 sopranos, Domine Deus, and the terzet for 2 sopranos and tenor, Quoniam tu solus, are written in stricter form, both for voice and accompaniment, and are simpler and more dignified in expression. But the inflexibility of form has something in it of pedantry. The work seems to be done as an exercise, and we seek in vain for the fresh wellings up of inspiration which delight us even in less important compositions of Mozart. The same remark holds good of the choruses. The first 5-part choral movement of the Credo accords most in design with the style of the earlier masses. A lively subject shared between the strings and wind instruments forms, as it proceeds, the thread which binds the choral passages together. The latter are contrapuntally treated, and the whole movement is more solemn in tone than was usual in earlier works. The long fugue Cum Sancto Spiritu is admirably worked out, and in spite of its difficulty, very clear. Notwithstanding all this, the nervous force of individual life is wanting to the work, and cannot be replaced by the artistic workmanship displayed in the different parts, even when these have force and character of their own, as for instance in the magnificent ending, when the voices in unison maintain the theme against a florid accompaniment. The Hosanna has more of independent life. It is a long, elaborately fugued movement, the technical interest of which has engrossed the composer longer than was necessary. The Benedictus, in 4 parts and worked out at length, is remarkable on account of its earnest, somewhat dry tone, which effectually distinguishes it from the same movement in other masses, to which a soft and pleasing character was given. The Kyrie, Gloria, and Sanctus are very fine movements, in which the skillful rendering of strictest form does not overpower the expression of feeling, and the truly musical proportions of the work. The varied expression of the different passages is so suitable, so clear and telling, that we may see at once how firm a grasp Mozart had taken of the true spirit of church music. The crown of the composition, however, is the 5-part Gratias, with the 8-part Qui Tollis, which are planned and executed in masterly fashion, and are penetrated with Mozart's spirit and life. Their earnestness, severe even to harshness, their breadth of outline and massive effects are worthy of the great examples, who were vividly present to his mind, and we cannot fail to discern the master who was stimulated by these very examples to draw more deeply on the resources of his own creative genius, and to soar to higher realms of art by the exertion of his own powers. After the first performance of the Mass in its unfinished state at Salzburg in 1783, Mozart laid it aside for more pressing work, but when, in 1785, he was commissioned to write an oratorio for the Concert for the Musical Fund, March 13th and 14th, he determined to make use of the Kyrie and Gloria, to which, with slight alterations, the Italian words of the Davide Penitente 469K were adapted. He added on March 6th and 11th 2 new arias for Mademoiselle Cavalieri and Adamberger. The work lost in unity of style more than it gained by the addition of these 2 songs, of which the orchestral accompaniment is in Mozart's later style, and the design and treatment are different from those of the other movements. They are both in the style of the concert arie of the time, and are quite equal to the best in expression and treatment of the voice. The Mozart-like character is more marked than in the rest of the work, but it does not reach its fullest development, and the arie are too florid for an oratorio. But the mixture of styles was then customary, and indeed brilliant solos were looked for by the public as a relief to the more serious choral movements. At the present day, there cannot be 2 opinions as to the impropriety of such a mixture. The important point to be noted, however, is that just at the time when the instrumental and operatic music of Vienna threatened to banish altogether the severer and more classical style, Mozart became familiar through von Swieten with the works of the classical masters. They laid deep hold on his imagination and intellect, giving him a powerful impulse to classical studies, without which his genius would not have arrived at a full mastery of his art. These studies, combined with his ever-growing powers of production, have impressed their indelible stamp upon the works of this period. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Mozart and Freemasonry. An account of the circumstances which affected Mozart's social and artistic position in Vienna, as well as his moral and intellectual development, would be incomplete without some notice of his connection with Freemasonry. It is well known that a propensity for secret associations and brotherhoods, having for their object the furtherance of intellectual, moral, and political ideas, was very prevalent in Germany during the latter half of the 18th century. These associations were all more or less closely allied to Freemasonry, and the traces of their influence are most apparent in the impulse which they gave to the national literature, be the degree great or small in which Freemasonry has advanced the cause of humanity, and granting that its good effects have often been obscured by the follies, crimes, and impostures which have hidden themselves behind the secrecy of its vows. It is still an undoubted fact that princes like Frederick the Great, great and good men like Lessing, Herder, Wieland, and Goethe have looked upon Freemasonry as a means of attaining their highest endeavors after universal good. It will suffice for our present purpose to quote a passage from Goethe's funeral oration upon Wieland. If any testimony were desired in favor of an association which has existed from very ancient days, and has survived many vicissitudes, it would be found in the spectacle of a man of genius, intelligent, shrewd, cautious, experienced, and moderate, seeking his equals among the members of our association, feeling himself at one with us, and fastidious as he was, acknowledging our fellowship to be the perfect satisfaction of his earthly and social desires. Wieland himself declared that the intellectual temple building had for its chief and highest object the earnest, energetic, and persevering efforts of every true and honest Mason to approach nearer himself and to lead his brethren nearer to the ideal of humanity, and to prove that man is fashioned and appointed to be a living stone in the eternal temple of the Almighty. It was natural that in Vienna, where there was more intellectual life than elsewhere, the form of secret association should have been utilized in the furtherance of these high aims. In the year 1781 was formed a society of the most distinguished leaders of thought in Vienna, under the presidency of the noble and intellectual Ignaz von Born. The aim of the society was to give effect to that freedom of conscience and thought so happily fostered by the government, and to combat superstition and fanaticism in the persons of the monkish orders, the main supports of both these evils. Reinhold and the friends of his youth, Alk, Singer, Blumauer, Haschka, Leon, and Rotschke, were the most zealous members of the association. They adopted the forms of Freemasonry as an outward expression of their mental and spiritual union. Their lodge was entitled True Harmony, and supported indirectly by the favor of the Emperor Joseph. They labored for a considerable time with energy and success to carry out their preconceived designs. Their weapons were learning and eloquence, and in their use of these, whether in earnest severity or in jesting irony, they were more than a match for their opponents. From this circle, which contained other distinguished men, such as Sonnenfels, Retzer, and Gemmingen, proceeded the satires of Born and Blumauer against monasticism, which had so extraordinary an effect at the time. The scientific organ of the Freemasons was the Vienna Real Zeitung, edited by Blumauer, which endeavored to drive superstition and prejudice from the domain of science in the same insidious way in which they had entered it, Blumauer's principle being that the work of enlightenment is a very gradual one, and that a far harder task than that of learning is the unlearning of what has been once hammered into the heads of ordinary mortals. As might have been expected, Freemasonry became after a time an affair of fashion in Vienna, and many abuses crept in. The order of Freemasonry pursued its course with an amount of publicity and ostentation almost ludicrous. Freemason songs were composed, published, and sung everywhere. Their symbols were hung as charms upon watch chains. Ladies were presented with white gloves by novices and associates, and various articles of fashion were christened à la franc-maçon. Many members joined the order from curiosity, or in order to enjoy the pleasures of the table. Others had still more interested views. It might be of material advantage to belong to a brotherhood which had members in every rank, and had made a special point of gaining the adhesion of powerful officials, presidents, and members of the government. One brother was bound to help another, and those who did not belong to the brotherhood were often at a serious disadvantage. This fact enticed many to join. Others, again, more sincere or more ignorant, thought they had found a key to higher mysteries, such as the philosopher's stone, or intercourse with disembodied spirits. The Freemasons were unquestionably very benevolent. Collections for the poor brethren were often made at their meetings. The proceedings against the Illuminati in 1785 led to a commencement of persecution of the Freemasons, but on December 11th of the same year, the Emperor Joseph issued a decree in which, while disclaiming any knowledge of the secret vows of the order or any approval of its juggleries, he gave it his countenance upon condition of certain reforms, and placed it under the protection of the state. This decree, which was extolled by some as a proof of the highest wisdom and clemency, and bewailed by others as the ruin of genuine Freemasonry, gave occasion to violent disputes, intensified by the carrying out of the emperor's order for the reduction of the existing 8 lodges to 3. Born, who disapproved of the reform, had, in spite of his previous popularity, to suffer numerous personal attacks. An unpleasant encounter with Joseph Crater, nicknamed the Freemasons Otto Jahn, called forth a multitude of malignant pamphlets, and in 1786 Born retired altogether from the lodge. His loss was a serious one for its intellectual influence, and his example was followed by others. The imperial recognition of the lodge did not preserve it from increasing attacks and suspicions, which afterwards proceeded to publicly expressed disapproval on all sides. But many steadfast spirits still held out. Loibel, for instance, placed his dwelling at the disposal of the lodge for their meetings. His daughter still remembers, 1867, how her father spent hours clothed in his robes, sitting before a crucifix with lighted tapers, reading the Bible in preparation for the sittings, at which the children, peeping through the keyhole, wondered to see the gentlemen seated around the table conversing with earnest mien. Mozart was among these enthusiasts, and maintained his connection with the lodge until his death. He even conceived the idea of founding a secret society of his own, the Grotto, and drew up rules for its guidance. It can scarcely have occurred to Mozart to consider his connection with Freemasonry as a means of worldly advancement. Such calculations were foreign to his nature, and would have been in no degree realized. His connection with the order was of no practical advantage to him. The high standing of the order when Mozart came to Vienna, the fact that the most distinguished and cultivated men, moving in the best society, were counted among its members, renders it natural that he should have desired to attach himself to it. His need for intercourse with earnest and far-seeing intellects would lead him to the same conclusion. So, too, in a still greater degree, would his genuine love for mankind, his warm sympathies both in joy and sorrow, his sincere desire to help and benefit others, which amounted even to a weakness, and perhaps the greatest attraction of all would be the satisfaction of his truly exceptional longing for friendship. Even his boyish years are full of instances of enthusiastic devotion and attachment to young Hagenauer, to Father Johannes at Seyon, to Thomas Lindley, and others, and as a man his loving, sympathetic friendship was accorded to many, among whom I may remind the reader of Bullinger, of Berisani, of Gottfried von Jacquin, of Count Hatzfeld. An order which made the brotherhood of its members the chief reason of its existence was sure to have strong attractions for him, the more so that the spirit of independence, which he possessed in common with all other gifted natures, was gratified by the equality of every brother within the circle of his order. Again, the position which he had at that time assumed in relation to the priestly and monkish orders gave him a powerful impulse towards Freemasonry. Notwithstanding his strict religious training, he had inherited from his father a decided aversion to these institutions. Leopold Mozart writes to his daughter, October 14, 1785, "There is an appalling difference between these sisterhoods and true Christianity. It would be an undoubted gain if the nunneries were dissolved. They exist neither by virtue of true vocation, nor supernatural calling, nor spiritual zeal, nor as the true discipline of devotion and abnegation of desires, but are the result of compulsion, hypocrisy, dissimulation, and childish folly, leading in the end to confirmed wickedness." The effects of his connection with Freemasonry upon Mozart are as plainly discernible as his reasons for joining the order. Carefully and well as his early training laid the foundation of his after development, it was impossible but that the narrow circumstances of his Salzburg life should cramp his intellectual energies, and his visits to great cities, important as they were in inciting him to fresh efforts for self-improvement, were too transitory to have much practical effect. Earnest endeavors after freedom of moral and intellectual development were at that time the special characteristic of Freemasonry in Vienna, and the effect must needs have been a salutary one, which followed the entrance of a young man into a circle which busied itself in solving, both theoretically and practically, the highest problems of the universe. It would be difficult to say how far the secrecy and mystery of the order worked on his imagination and attracted him, but some such influence is quite conceivable in a nature so artistic and excitable as his. That Mozart was quite in earnest in his fidelity to his order is proved by the pains he took to induce his father to become a Freemason. The letter already quoted, in which, anticipating his father's speedy death, he speaks of the true meaning of death from a Mason's point of view, bears ample testimony to his earnestness. His lodge recognized it in the oration pronounced after his death, of which the passages immediately relating to him may here be quoted. "It has pleased the Almighty Architect of the universe to take from among us our best beloved and most estimable member, who did not know, who did not respect, who did not love our worthy brother Mozart. Only a few weeks ago he was in our midst celebrating the dedication of our Masonic temple with entrancing tones. Who of us that saw him then, my brethren, would have supposed his days to be numbered? Who would have thought that in 3 weeks we should be mourning his loss? How true it is that man's sad destiny often cuts short his career in the very prime of life. Kings perish in the midst of their ambitious plans, which go down to posterity incomplete. Artists die after devoting all that was granted them of life to the glorification of their art. The admiration of all mankind follows them to the grave. Nations mourn for them, and yet the universal fate of these great men is to be forgotten of their admirers. It shall not be so with us, my brethren. Mozart's early death is an irreparable loss to art. His genius, displayed in earliest childhood, rendered him the wonder of his age. Half Europe was at his feet. The great ones of the earth called him their darling, and we called him brother. Fitting as it is, however, to call to our remembrance his abilities in his art, we must not forget to give our strongest testimony to his excellent heart. He was a zealous supporter of our order. The main features of his character were brotherly love, devotion to the good cause, benevolence, and genuine satisfaction in using his talents for the good of his fellows. He was estimable alike as husband, father, friend of his friends, brother of his brothers. He wanted only wealth to make hundreds happy after his own heart. Mozart owed many of his impulses as a composer to his connection with Freemasonry. We shall see later that the Zauberflöte came directly under its influence. In this place, it will be fitting only to mention those compositions which he composed for particular festivities within the lodge. They are, of course, exclusively for male voices, and betray in other ways enforced compliance with certain conditions. The Gesellenreise 468K, composed on March 26, 1785, is a social song, elevated and pleasing in tone. Two others are intended for the opening and closing of a lodge, 483, 484K. All three have organ accompaniments. The two last conclude with a chorus for two tenors and a bass voice. Similar three-part choruses are introduced in other Freemason cantatas, and are easy and popular, suitable to amateurs. The tenor solos, on the other hand, are adapted to a trained singer, Autobiography, who was a member of the lodge. An unfinished cantata, 429K, was probably intended for some Masonic purpose. The first chorus, Der Seele des Weltalls Sonne sei heute das erste der festlichen Lieder geweiht, for two tenors and bass, with accompaniment for the quartet and flute, clarinet, two oboes, and two horns, is written out in full for the voices with a figured bass, and the accompaniment is sketched in Mozart's usual way. The same is the case with the long drawn-out tenor aria which follows Dir danken für die Freude. Only 17 bars of a second duet for tenor voices, intended as a conclusion, are written out. The three-part male chorus, the solos exclusively for tenor voices, and the limited orchestra all suggest Masonic influence. I will not attempt to give an opinion on the symbolism of the words. The first chorus is fine, spirited, and solemn. Two other cantatas certainly fall within this category. The first of these is the Mauerfreude, 471K, composed on April 20, 1785, shortly before the departure of his father, in whose presence it was first performed. The lodge were giving a banquet in honor of Born, who had been highly complimented by the emperor for his invention of a new kind of amalgam. The cantata, with words by Petran, was afterwards published in score, with a title page engraved by Mansfeld, representing wisdom and virtue, as the text says, addressing themselves to their disciple. It was sold for the benefit of the poor. The main substance of the work consists of a long tenor solo worked out in free form for Autobiography, the first and greater part being after the fashion of the allegro of a concert aria. There is nothing of the Italian form in it, but deep and genuine feeling is expressed in Mozart's familiar and purely German manner. The animation of the expression reaches its climax in a recitative leading to a serious and rhythmical song of two verses, the concluding lines of which are repeated by the chorus. In the accompaniment to this cantata, a clarinet is introduced in addition to the quartet, two oboes and two horns, and treated with evident partiality, the deeper notes being employed in Mozart's favorite triplet passages. Stadler had no doubt something to do with this. The second, Kleine Freimaurer Cantata, 623K, with words by Schikaneder, was composed on November 15, 1791, and performed a few days afterwards at the consecration of a new Masonic temple. It is the last work which Mozart completed. There is somewhat more of variety in its conception. A short chorus, interrupted by solos, is followed by a recitative and aria for the tenor, which leads to another recitative divided between tenor and bass. Then follows a duet, after which the first chorus is repeated. It is very pleasing and popular in tone, but not equal to the previous cantata in depth and energy of expression. The cantata Die Ehe des unermesslichen Weltalls Schöpfert, 619K, composed in July 1791, is not certainly the immediate result of Mozart's connection with Freemasonry, but it is evidently an expression of the state of mind which was the object of Freemasonry to produce. Franz Heinrich Ziegenhagen, a wealthy merchant of Hamburg, incited by the study of the Encyclopedists, especially of Rousseau, felt himself called upon to take part in the various attempts which were made towards the close of the last century to abolish the pedantry of the schools, and his efforts to bring education back to a state of natural simplicity were more energetic and daring than those of less ardent reformers. He published, out of love for humanity and paternal tenderness, as he said, an elaborate treatise in which he sought to prove, by a criticism of the biblical tradition, that existing religions could not satisfy the inquirer into the nature of things, and then laid down rules for the theoretical and practical education of human beings. He hoped, in all seriousness, to induce wise princes and enlightened universities to introduce the study of the relations of things to each other, which is so unmistakably superior to ordinary religious teaching, and he hoped also to make the acquaintance of such parents as wished to devote their children to husbandry and the management of a colony which he proposed to found, in accordance with his views, in the neighborhood of Strasbourg. In order to render his book attractive from every point of view, he adorned it with 8 copperplate engravings by Chodowiecki, and requested Mozart to compose a song to be sung with orchestral accompaniment in the meeting houses of his colony. Mozart was certainly not acquainted with the entire contents of this eccentric, almost crazy work. Ziegenhagen gave him a few general hints of his utopian scheme, in which he was doubtless perfectly sincere, and sent him the words of the hymn. These words emphatically expressed the effort after truth, brotherhood, and happiness, which was the final object of Freemasonry, and Mozart could not but treat them after the same manner that he treated similar poems avowedly Masonic. Ziegenhagen's lines are so deficient in poetic spirit and even in poetic meter that it required a more than ordinary amount of genius and cultivation to give them the impress of a musical work of art. A work of art this cantata undoubtedly is. It is more free in conception than usual, the arie, and especially the recitatives, being allowed considerable scope in order to fall in with the unequal and rhetorical words. The union of such an accentuation as was necessary to the sense of the words, with the full expression of warm emotion, and the subservience of both to appointed musical forms, are the essential features of this composition, and are the more likely to strike us, who are so entirely out of sympathy with the ideas suggesting the work. A style of music specifically belonging to Freemasonry is of course inconceivable, but in the finest passages of works such as this, and in the Zauberflöte, something is expressed of the essence of the Masonic character, of moral convictions. I had almost said a virtue, but fear to be misunderstood, which appears outside the province of music, but which has sometimes been made very effective, especially by Beethoven. The Maurische Trauermusik bei dem Todesfalle der Berber Mecklenburg und Esterhazy, 477K, composed in July 1785, is an orchestral composition of wonderful beauty and originality. The combination of instruments is unusual. Besides the stringed instruments, there are 2 oboes, 1 clarinet, only 1 again, 3 basset horns, 1 horn in E-flat, 1 horn in C, and a double bassoon. The deep tones of the wind instruments give a peculiarly solemn expression to the work. After a few introductory chords, they are joined by the strings, and the first violins maintain throughout the same character, contrasting with the wind instruments in free rhapsodic passages, expressive of grief in all its varied shades. This is most striking when a cantus firmus, following the introduction, see page image, is first delivered piano by the oboes and clarinet, and at the 6th bar is taken up by the full force of the wind instruments. The violins, in the meantime, have graceful passages, expressive of gentle sorrow, which rise to a gradual climax of passionate regret. As this storm abates, we are led back to the introductory motif, which prepares the way in another climax for the conclusion, preceded by a singularly bold harmonic transition of deeply sorrowful expression. See page image. If we compare the contrapuntal treatment of this cantus firmus with similar works of earlier date, such as the Betulia Liberata, we are struck with its development of technical mastery, as well as of depth of sentiment and freedom of expression. The same is the case also with the Zauberflöte and the Requiem. Mozart has written nothing finer than this short adagio in technical treatment, sound effects, earnest feeling, and psychological truth. It is the musical expression of that manly calm which gives sorrow its due, and no more than its due, in the presence of death, and which was expressed by Mozart in another form in the letter to his father already quoted. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2 by Otto Jahn. Mozart as an Artist, Part 1. Of those who realize the excitement and want of repose of Mozart's life in Vienna, and the variety of occupations and distractions which beset him, it must appear matter of wonder that he was able to produce so large a number of compositions, each bearing an individual character of maturity and finish. The wonder increases as the conviction grows that not only was he ready, as each occasion arose to prove, as Goethe says every artist should, that his art came at his command, but that he had the power of bringing forth at will his deepest, best conceptions, so that the external impulse appeared only as the momentum given to an artistic inspiration. It must at the same time be remembered that Mozart was not fond of writing, and generally waited until the last moment to give shape to his ideas. He was occasionally, therefore, late with his compositions, as with the sonata for Strinasci, or had only time to write the parts without scoring them, or scarcely allowed the copyist time to finish his work. It is only necessary to look through his thematic catalogue to see that most of his compositions were written as short a time as possible before they were actually wanted. His father, who as a man of business considered the proper disposition of time as a matter of vital importance, often called his son's attention to this failing. "If you will examine your conscience closely," he writes, December 11, 1777, "you will find that procrastination is your besetting sin," and when Wolfgang was at work on Idomeneo in Munich, he warned him not to procrastinate, November 18, 1781. After his stay in Vienna, convinced that his son was in this respect unchanged for the better, he writes to Marianne, on hearing from Wolfgang that he was over head and ears at work on the Nozze di Figaro, November 11, 1785, he has procrastinated and thrown away his time after his usual habit, until now he is forced to set to work in earnest, in compliance with Count Rosenberg's command. It cannot be denied that Leopold Mozart was right, and that a judicious and methodical distribution of time is as desirable in an artist or a genius as in anyone else. It is true also that perseverance and care may enable even an artist to overcome his inclination to procrastination. But a glance at the extraordinary fertility of Mozart's genius, at the burning zeal and intensity with which he worked, will suffice to show the injustice of accusing him of idleness or of never working unless he was actually driven to it. He was perfectly justified in writing to his father from Vienna, May 26, 1781, "Believe me, I do not love idleness but rather work." The father's injustice was the result of a want of comprehension of the peculiar creative process of his son's genius. He did not appreciate the activity and industry of his mind because it made no show, and, indeed, often hid itself behind a careless demeanor. He failed to perceive that the disinclination to write generally arose from the feeling that the workings of the mind were not yet in a shape to be expressed by the pen. A conception of Mozart's works almost equally mistaken is that which takes as a measure of his genius his wonderfully rapid production, which often made his grasp of an artistic idea coincident with his embodiment of it in music. The overture to Don Giovanni is most often quoted as an example of this extraordinary speed. Němeček says, Mozart wrote Don Juan at Prague in 1787. It was finished, rehearsed, and announced for performance in 2 days' time, before the overture was begun to be written. The anxiety of his friends, increasing every hour, appeared to entertain him. The more apprehensive they became, the less he would consent to hurry himself. It was not until the night before the performance, after spending the merriest evening imaginable, that he went to his room at near midnight, began to write, and completed the admirable masterpiece in a few hours. This very credible account is corroborated by Mozart's wife. The evening before the performance of Don Juan at Prague, the dress rehearsal having already taken place, he said to his wife that he would write the overture at night, if she would sit with him and make him some punch to keep his spirits up. This she did, and told him tales about Aladdin's lamp, Cinderella, etc., which made him laugh till the tears came, but the punch made him sleepy, so that he dozed when she left off, and only worked as long as she told tales. At last the excitement, the sleepiness, and the frequent efforts not to doze off were too much for him, and his wife persuaded him to go to sleep on the sofa, promising to wake him in an hour. But he slept so soundly that she could not find it in her heart to wake him until 2 hours had passed. It was then 5 o'clock. At 7 o'clock the overture was finished and in the hands of the copyist. This musical myth has received a stronger coloring in the account of the elder Jahn than a young actor at Prague. According to him, Mozart partook so freely of the hospitalities of a certain gentleman on the evening in question that Jahn and a friend brought him home, laid him senseless on his bed, and themselves went to sleep on the sofa. On awakening, they heard Mozart lustily singing as he composed his overture, and listened in reverential silence as immortal ideas developed themselves. A good instance, this, of the way to manufacture an anecdote. Němeček, who had previously remarked with justice that Mozart's work was already in his head before he sat down to his writing table, was no doubt of the correct opinion that the overture was only written down in this haste, not composed. Whether the wife believed this or not is doubtful, since she adds, ingenuously, some will recognize the dozings and rousings in the music of the overture. An evident repetition of someone else's words, and a very ingenious idea. One can only say with Hoffmann, some people are fools. An unprejudiced examination soon disposes of the not only foolish, but detrimental idea that rapidity of workmanship is a sign of true genius, but it is not by any means so easy a task to gain a clear and comprehensive insight into the workings of an artist's nature. Fortunately for our purpose, however, averse as Mozart was to talk much of himself or his compositions, he has left us characteristic traits and expressions sufficient to enable us to realize his individualities in this respect. It is a matter of universal experience that the great men of every art and science who have left any enduring proofs of their genius have worked the more zealously and the more earnestly in proportion as their genius surpassed that of other men. That this holds true of Mozart, no one who has studied his life and works will wish to deny. In his youth, as long as he remained under the direct control of his father, his studies were regular and severe. And as a man and a fully developed artist, he had no ambition to be considered one who threw off his compositions with the carelessness of genius, or who was ashamed of his honest efforts and labors. His dedication of his quartets to Haydn speaks of them as the fruit of long and painful labor. And in a conversation with the orchestral conductor Kukartz at Prague, before the performance of Don Giovanni, he expressed himself as follows: "I have spared neither labor nor pains to produce something worthy of the reputation of Prague. It would be a great mistake to imagine that my art is an easy matter for me. I assure you, my dear friend, no one has given more trouble to the study of composition than myself. It would not be easy to find a celebrated musician whose works I have not often and laboriously studied." And in point of fact, the narrator continues, Even when he had attained to classical perfection, the works of great masters were always to be seen lying on his desk. We have already seen how eagerly and with what good result he studied Bach and Handel, when once von Swieten had given him the impetus. Rochlitz declares that he was as familiar with the works of Handel as if he had been all his life director of the ancient concerts in London. He had arrived in Leipzig just after arranging Axis and Galatea and the Messiah for von Swieten, and the impressions of these works were fresh upon him. Handel, Rochlitz heard him say, knows better than any of us what will make an effect. When he chooses, he strikes like a thunderbolt. He admired not only Handel's choruses, but many of his arie and solos, which were not thought much of at the time. Although he is often prosy, after the fashion of his time, said he, there is always something in his music. At Leipzig, Mozart became acquainted with the vocal compositions of Sebastian Bach. Doles made the St. Thomas Choir sing him the wonderful 8-part motet, Singet dem Herrn ein neues Lied. His surprise at the flow of melody, wave upon wave, passed all bounds. He listened with rapt attention and exclaimed with delight, "That is indeed something to take a lesson from." When he heard that the St. Thomas School possessed several other motets by Bach, he begged to see them, and no score being accessible, he surrounded himself with the parts, and was buried in study until he had worked them all out. Then he asked for copies of the motets. His interest in Benda's monodramas and his expressions on the importance of French opera prove that he had profited by the study of living masters. All his works bear traces of the kind of influence which is exercised upon a genial and receptive nature by the great performances of others. Of a different kind, these general preparatory studies is that which may properly be called the labor of production, such a technical skill and perfection as enables an artist to clothe his ideas in form. It is impossible in any art, and more especially so in music, to separate absolutely form and substance, and to treat each as a self-sufficing element, and equally impossible to divide at any given point the creative, inventive force of an artistic production from its formative, executive force. The process of production, whether physical or mental, is a mystery to mankind. Whence and how the artist is inspired as by a lightning flash with an idea, he knows himself as little as he can trace in his completed work the actual momentum of its conception. The characteristics of the gradual formation and perfection of artistic ideas vary greatly in different artists. Even in great and highly organized natures, the mental powers are variously endowed and developed. Statements as to the easy or painful, rapid or deliberate, methods of working of different artists, vague and unsatisfactory in themselves, are for the most part the result of superficial observation and knowledge. It is of little consequence whether an artist at his work is easily distracted by external impressions, or whether he pursues his train of thought undisturbed by what is going on around him. It is of little consequence whether an artist feels necessitated or has been made it his habit to regulate his intellectual labors and to give a written form to every creative impulse, or whether he renounces external aids and shapes, proves, elaborates, and connects his ideas in his own mind only. That which is of consequence, that which no true artist is without, is the power to carry on a train of thought from its earliest germs to its full development, unhindered by interruptions and distractions, and the further power to realize the idea of the whole at every point, as the determining element of the details of conception and form. It is difficult to know whether to admire more the steady flow of invention and form as it proceeds from some minds, or the gradual evolution of a unique, self-contained whole out of an apparent waste of disconnected ideas, which is characteristic of others. Mozart displayed from every point of view an exceptionally happy organization. His copious and easily excited productive power was supported by a delicate sense of form, which was developed to such perfection by thorough and varied study, that he employed the technicalities of musical form as if by a natural instinct. In addition to this, he possessed the gift of so detaching his mind from what was going on around him that he could work out his ideas even to the minutest detail, his wonderful memory enabling him to retain in his completeness whatever he had thus inwardly elaborated, and to produce it at any moment in a tangible form. The impulse which drives an artist to production is seldom consciously felt by himself, and is never capable of definition. In most cases, this signifies but little, for external impulse usually furnishes only the occasion for a work of art, and even when the impulse happens to be a visible one, our attention is concentrated on the creation which it has called forth. This is especially true of music, which draws its immediate inspiration neither from nature nor from the world of thought. It would be of the highest interest to follow the process by means of which impressions made on the artist's mind produce well-defined musical ideas. This, however, is impossible. The idea and its musical development are simultaneously efforts of the mind. The works of art thus called into being cannot be immediately referred to any impulse from without, nor is it by any means essential that it should. It is of far greater psychological interest to consider these characteristics of the artist, which gave a clearer insight into his disposition and ways of feeling, although it may not be possible to trace them in the details of his works. Thus we are told that the sight of beautiful nature stirred Mozart's productive powers to activity. Rochlitz writes on Constanze's authority, when he was traveling with his wife through beautiful scenery, he used to gaze earnestly and in silence on the scene before him. His usually absent and thoughtful expression would brighten by degrees, and he would begin to sing, or rather to hum, finally breaking out with, "If I could only put the subject down on paper." And when I sometimes said that he could do so if he pleased, he went on, "Yes, of course, all in proper form. What a pity it is that one's work must all be hatched in one's own room." He always endeavored to pass the summer in the country, or where there was a garden. It is well known that it was chiefly in a garden that he wrote Don Juan in Prague and the Zauberflöte in Vienna, and in 1758, having taken a country residence for the summer, he wrote to Puchberg, "I have done more in the 10 days that I have been here than I should have done in 2 months anywhere else." This love of nature is not surprising in a man of Mozart's healthy tone of mind, who had been brought up amid the beautiful surroundings of Salzburg. But he was by no means wedded to these, or to any other influences from without. Wherever he was incessantly occupied with musical thoughts and labors. "You know," he writes to his father, "that I am, so to speak, steeped in music, that it is in my mind the whole day, and that I love to dream, to study, to reflect upon it." Those who knew him well could not fail to be aware of this. His sister-in-law Sophie describes him well. "He was always good-humored, but thoughtful even in his best moods, looking one straight in the face, and always speaking with reflection, whether the talk was grave or gay. And yet he seemed always to be carrying on a deeper train of thought. Even when he was washing his hands in the morning, he never stood still, but walked up and down the room humming and buried in thought. At table he would often twist up a corner of the tablecloth and rub his upper lip with it, without appearing in the least to know what he was doing, and he sometimes made extraordinary grimaces with his mouth. His hands and feet were in continual motion, and he was always strumming on something, his hat, his watch fob, the table, the chairs, as if they were the clavier. Karajan tells me that his barber used to relate in after years how difficult it was to dress his hair, since he never would sit still. Every moment an idea would occur to him, and he would run to the clavier, the barber after him, hair ribbon in hand. We have already observed that musical ideas occupied him during all bodily exercises, such as riding, bowls, and billiard playing. His timidity in riding may have risen from the frequent distraction of his attention from the management of his horse. General conversation, as Frau Heibel says, did not disturb his mental labors, and his brother-in-law Lang was particularly struck by the fact that when he was engaged on his most important works, he took more than usual share in any light or jesting talk that was going on. This resulted from an involuntary impulse to find a counterpoise for his intellectual activity. Even when music was going on, provided it did not particularly interest him, he had the power of carrying on his own musical thoughts and of ignoring the music he heard as completely as any other disturbance. His elder sister-in-law, Frau Hofer, told Neukomm that sometimes at the opera Mozart's friends could tell by the restless movements of his hands, by his look, and the way in which he moved his lips, as if singing or whistling, that he was entirely engrossed by his internal musical activity. The abstraction and absorption of men of genius appears natural and comprehensible, and is expected even by those whose intellectual activity is not concentrated in the same way, but few are able to enter into the workings of a mind which is ever conceiving and shaping ideas in its hidden recesses, without severing its connection with what is going on around. Such a mind has a sort of double existence, and appears able to follow two paths leading in different directions at the same time. If, as sometimes happens, the outer activity fails to keep pace with the inner, a superficial observer possesses himself of this fact and makes it the basis of his judgments, leaving out of account the inner and true activity of which the outer is but a manifestation. Even Mozart's father failed to comprehend his peculiar organization and refused to recognize any results of his labor but those which were written down, and which had thus, after a long and uninterrupted chain of intellectual exertions, received the seal of their artistic completion. To Mozart himself, on the contrary, this part of his labor seemed unimportant and even burdensome, his productive powers having little share in it. He postponed it as long as possible, not only because he wished to retain his power over the work which occupied him until it was fully matured in his own mind, but also because he took far more pleasure in creating than in transcribing. It cannot be denied that he sometimes postponed this least congenial part of his task too long. To the methodical man of business, it appears all the more blamable, since Mozart was always able at need to execute commissions accurately and punctually. To speak of idleness or of forced industry shows complete ignorance of the man. It is true that Mozart laid himself open to the imputation by the speed at which he wrote when he actually set to work. Those who observed this could not conceive why a man with such gifts of providence did not compose, as people say, from morning to night. His wife said truly, the greater industry of his later years was merely apparent, because he wrote down more. He was always working in his head. His mind was in constant motion, and one may say that he never ceased composing. Although his wife was constantly called on by his admirers to urge him to work, she considered it her duty far oftener to restrain and moderate his activity. The wonderful harmony of different artistic qualities in Mozart, which Rossini expressed so finely by saying that Mozart was the only musician who had as much genius as knowledge, and as much knowledge as genius, may be traced in many particulars. The more subordinate power of grasping the idea of a strange composition at a glance, and of executing it on the spot, he possessed as a matter of course. His playing at sight has already been noted many times, and his criticism of Sterkel and Vogler show his own view of the matter. It must be, Umlauf said, as Mozart writes to his father, October 6, 1782, that Mozart has the devil in his head and his fingers. He played my opera, which is so badly written that even I cannot read it, as if he had composed it himself. To this power of seeing at a glance the details and whole conception of a musical work was added a marvelous memory, capable of retaining all that was so seen. As a boy, he gave proof of this by his transcription of the Miserere. In later years, he used to play his concertos by heart when he was traveling, not merely one or another that he had practiced, but any or all. He was known to play a concerto from memory that he had not seen for long, because he had forgotten to bring the principal part. At Prague, he wrote the trumpet and drum parts of the second finale in Don Juan without a score, brought them himself into the orchestra, and showed the performers a place where there would certainly be a mistake, only he could not say whether there would be 4 bars too much or too little. The mistake was found just as he had said. But this proves only the power of remembering what was finished and impressed on the mind. A more remarkable instance of musical memory was his writing only the violin part of a sonata for piano and violin to perform with Strenasaki, and playing the piano part from his head without ever having heard the piece, or writing a composition at once in part without having scored it. This displays the astonishing clearness and precision with which he grasped and retained compositions he had once thought out, even in their minutest details, and we can now account for the rapidity of his transcription from the fact of its being mere transcription. External distractions, so far from annoying him, served to divert his mind during the mechanical labor with his pen. He made Constanza tell him stories or played bowls. His wife tells us herself how she was confined over her first child while he was composing the second of his quartets, dedicated to Haydn 421K. This was in the summer of 1783, and he sat at work in the same room where she lay. Indeed, he generally worked in her room during her frequent illnesses. When she complained of pain, he would come to her to cheer and console, resuming his writing as soon as she was calm. This is a striking proof how unshackled Mozart's musical activity was by external circumstances. It is not given to many to remain so completely master of their idea and powers during an event which would naturally appeal to the tenderest feelings of his heart. Still more striking in his expression to his sister when he sends her the prelude and fugue before mentioned. He apologizes for the prelude being placed improperly after the fugue. The reason was, he said, that I had already composed a fugue and wrote it down while I was thinking out the prelude. Such mental powers as these reduced their mere writing to an almost mechanical operation. Nevertheless, he did not rely so completely as he might have done on his memory, but made occasional notes for his better convenience and certainty. Rochlitz tells us, no doubt on Constanza's authority, Mozart, when in company with his wife or those who put no restraint on him, and especially during his frequent carriage journeys, used not only to exercise his fancy by the invention of new melodies, but occupied his intellect and feeling in arranging and elaborating such melodies, often humming or singing aloud, growing red in the face, and suffering no interruption. The briefest indications in black and white suffice to preserve these studies in his memory. His easily kindled imagination, his complete mastery of the resources of his art, and his extraordinary musical memory needed little aid. He used to keep scraps of musical paper at hand when traveling in the side pocket of the carriage for such fragmentary notes and reminders. These scraps, carefully preserved in a case, were a sort of journal of his travels to him, and the whole proceeding had a sort of sacredness to his mind which made him very adverse to any interference with it. These notes, having served their purpose, seem to have been thought unworthy of preservation. The few that remain are interesting and suggestive. The sketch, which is given in facsimile of Denis's Ode, gives an outline of the whole work in writing so hasty as scarcely to be recognized for Mozart. The voice part is written entire as well as the bass of the accompaniment, and the other parts have all characteristics so clearly noted that there could be no doubt as to their further elaboration. It is evident that the composition was finished in Mozart's brain when the sketch was written, so that it does not appear as one attempt among several to give shape to his conception, but as an aid to the memory when it should be necessary to write down the whole in detail. Similar, but still slighter, is the sketch for one of the songs in Loca del Cairo, which is given in facsimile in Jules André's edition in pianoforte score. Here again the voice part is given from beginning to end, but the bass is not shown, and the accompaniment only here and there, once with the direction that the clarinets are to be used. The piece was simple enough to require very slight reminders for its elaborations. It would not be easy to decide whether such a sketch should be considered as a result of such previous reflection and study, or whether it was the immediate fruit of a moment of inspiration. These two sketches, never having been elaborated, so far as we were aware, can make no comparison, which will show how far such sketches were modified before the completion of the work. There is considerable difference between the first hasty sketch of the tercet from the Sposa d'Alusso, which Jules André had given in the preface to Pianoforte edition and the later elaboration of it, nothing remains but the first motif, but so differently applied that this sketch cannot have been taken as the point of departure for the working out, but must be considered as an earlier and rejected conception. On the other hand, the sketches for a song from Idomeneo and for a tenor song 420K are almost identical in the voice part with the score as it stands. Peculiar interest attaches to sketch 1, given in facsimile. The 3 first lines are noted for clavier composition, then follows the sketch of the tercet for 2 bass voices and a tenor from an opera buffa, on which Mozart was apparently at work in 1783. A fair copy of the work is partially preserved and gives an idea of the way in which Mozart arranged the score. The sketch contains only the voice parts, with slight hints for the accompaniment, showing how in one place the first idea was rejected and then again resumed. It is evident from the way in which the space is employed that the notes were made very hastily. The score, on the contrary, is a fair copy of the work accidentally left unfinished. It has the proper number of parts for the voices and orchestra, with a corresponding title before each. The ritornello is first given, which is long, because it serves as an introduction to the first scene of the opera. It is formed of motifs which recur later, and it is plain that this independent introduction was written after the completion of the tercet, in which the motives have each their special signification. The principal parts, first violin and bass, are written in full, but only those parts of the wind instruments in which they have independent motifs. All that was intended to give coloring and shading to this simple outline is omitted. The voice parts are all inserted in proper order, and the bass is given in full. But there are few hints for the accompaniment. It is all written firmly and neatly, showing plainly enough that it was finished. The deviations from the sketch are unimportant in the bass voices, more striking in the tenor, where the primary design of the melody remains, but the elaboration is modified and the conclusion lengthened. Where the voices are together, nothing has been altered, so far as we can discover. The first sketch breaks off a few bars sooner than the score, which itself is a comparatively small fragment of the whole tercet. It is evident, therefore, that the true artistic work was done before the first sketch was made, and that the elaboration of the latter into the score was no mere technical adoption of the motif, which seems to have been rejected upon critical revision, and, so to speak, born again, but the final reduction to form of what was already complete in conception. This is still more the case in the elaboration of the accompaniment in detail. The well-defined outline which is given keeps it within certain limits, without imposing on it any hampering restraint. Further instances may be found in those works of which the plans of the scores, generally unelaborated, are preserved. Particularly instructive are the unelaborated movements of the Mass in C minor, 427K, and of the Requiem, 626K, in André's edition. Also the pianoforte score of the duet, 384K, from the Anführung and the unfinished opera Loca del Cairo, edited by Jules André, are examples of similar sketches. They possess peculiar interest to students, since they show these points which Mozart considered as containing the germ of the whole conception. The different stages of the elaboration can be traced in most of Mozart's autograph scores. The voices and bass are invariably written first, and enough of the accompaniment to show its characteristic points. This fact can be recognized even in scores afterwards, fully elaborated by the differences in ink and handwriting, which is generally more hasty in the elaboration than in the earlier sketch. Once this was made, the elaboration was often long deferred. The whole of the first act of Loca del Cairo was thus projected, and the design of the opera being abandoned was never elaborated. So, too, all the movements of the Requiem, from the Dies Irae to the Quam Coelum, were written entire for the voices with a figured bass, while instrumentation was only suggested. He waited for time and inclination to continue the work thus begun, and indeed needed more urging to it than to any other, for once having fixed the outline of his design, it required a mere mechanical effort to reproduce it in his mind with details of form and color. A striking example is that mentioned on page 360, Volume 2, where by the figuring of the bass he supplied an aid to his memory of a peculiar harmonic succession, which perhaps flashed across him at the moment of transcription in his compositions. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn, Mozart as an Artist, Part 2. Important alterations were seldom made by Mozart, unless at the instance of the singer or the instrumentalist. He sent his father the score of the Einführung with the remark that there were many erasures, because the score had to be copied at once, and he had therefore given free play to his ideas, and then altered and curtailed them before giving the score to be written. It is evident from this that the alterations were almost all made with reference to external circumstances. The improvements made as the work proceeded were usually only trifling, such as modifications in pianoforte passages or unimportant turns of expression in vocal parts. Thus, for instance, the close of the Count's song in Figaro was originally simpler. See page image. In the duet for the two girls in Così fan tutte, Dorabella's part had the bars, see page images. The decided heroic style of the first version, which would be fitting enough for Fiordaligi, is thus toned down, and an expression of greater elegance given to the passage. It is worth remarking that the characteristic motif of Donna Anna's song in Don Giovanni, Orsai ci lo uno rapire a me volte ci fuli traditore, was originally Orsai ci lo uno rapire a me volte ci fuli traditore, and everyone must feel how greatly it has gained by the alteration. In every case, Mozart's self-criticism has been founded on true feeling and discrimination, even when it has not been called for on definite technical grounds. In the Countess's song in Figaro, the first division of the Allegro from bar 8 concluded originally thus, see page image. The phrase, as it is now known, was written underneath, and the bass scratched out. In the further course of the Allegro, the 3 bars were originally simply repeated after the interlude, and then went on, see page images. Mozart appears to have felt, when he surveyed the whole song, that such an untroubled expression of a fresh, joyous impulse was not altogether appropriate to the character of the Countess, and he therefore inserted 7 bars on the repetition of the motif, which gives the passage an altogether different color. The strongly accented change to C minor expresses such a depth of sorrow and yearning pathos that the lively tone of the Allegro seems to be covered with a veil, and the whole emphasis of the song falls upon this place. Certainly, none would have suspected this passage of being an interpolation. The concluding bars of the Andante of the C major symphony, 551K, originally ran thus. How beautifully this passage is replaced by the 11 closing bars, which now lead back to the chief theme and give emphasis and dignity to the close. In the tercet from Tito, the andantino originally closed with a simple passage for the strings. This is now replaced by a passage divided among all the instruments. See page images, which, with its agitated motion, is more sharply characteristic of the situation. All these are examples, not of improvements to a finished work, but of a free act of production, giving a new disposition to the passages in their relation to the whole work. But Mozart sometimes hesitated at the moment of decision and made repeated experiments before he was satisfied, as in the case of the conclusion of Susanna's charming song in Figaro, which seems to belong so naturally to its position that one cannot imagine it other than it is. Yet the sketches and alterations of the original show that many earlier experiments were made. Worthy of note also are the 2 bars in the overture to the Zauberflöte, page 10, André, in which the clarinet leads the repetition of the second subject, and which Mozart, with just discrimination, has struck out of the finished work. It is a curious fact that Mozart was sometimes uncertain as to his rhythm. The quartet in Così fan tutte was originally written. At the 8th bar, Mozart saw that this was incorrect and altered the first bars, and continued it so. There is an exactly similar case in the duet in the Zauberflöte, which Mozart wrote at first thus, and did not find out his mistake until quite the end, when he carefully scratched out all the bar lines and put in the correct ones. See page images. Again, in Sesto's air in Tito, the Adagio originally began, but the bar lines were afterwards erased and fresh ones supplied in red chalk, making the first bar full. Another very singular mistake in the duet in the Zauberflöte consists in the omission in the 2nd and 3rd bars of the 2 chords for clarinets and horns, which Mozart has evidently merely forgotten to transcribe. Now and then, but very rarely, important alterations are made in the instrumentation of his works. One instance occurs in the introduction to the Zauberflöte, at the beginning of which the trumpets and drums were in C, and were so carried on to the entrance of the 3 ladies. Then Mozart seems to have thought that trumpets and drums could be used with effect as accompaniment, and he has struck through all that he had previously written, and noted the trumpets and drums upon a loose sheet in E-flat. He has then continued them for 7 bars as an accompaniment to the opening trio. At the beginning of Leporello's great songs in Don Giovanni, trumpets and drums were indicated, but they were afterwards struck out when it came to be performed. In a long comic air, which was intended for Così fan tutte, 584 K, he has struck out the horn part, after writing the whole of it. In Dorabella's air, the fundamental bass of those parts, where only wind instruments are now employed, was entrusted to the double bass. Mozart afterwards struck this out and expressly noted senza basso. In the 2nd finale of the Zauberflöte, the piano chords which follow Pamina's words, Ich muss ihn sehen, were first given by the strings, but flutes and clarinets were afterwards substituted. In the G minor symphony, he at first intended to have 4 horns, but after a few bars he struck them out and limited himself to 2. In the terzet in the Zauberflöte, the first bar of the accompaniment was given to the violins thus. See page image, which was afterwards erased, and a single crochet used on the unaccented part of the bar, with great gain to the effect. But these are solitary instances. The individual tone coloring of the instruments is an essential element of musical construction, which cannot be added afterwards, but is contemporaneous with the conception, and has its own share in the working out of the musical idea. When, therefore, the composer develops his work in his own mind, he hears not only certain abstract sounds, but definite individual tones embodied in the voices and instruments. The whole image glows with vivid coloring in his mind and only needs to receive its outward form. Besides, it must be remembered that Mozart himself created the orchestra as it was employed with increasing effect from Idomeneo onwards. The full use of wind instruments, their combination with each other and with the strings, the consequent radical change of coloring in the instrumentation as a whole, and the wealth of charming detail in the blending of the tone colors are all due to Mozart. He had never heard the effects he strove to produce. They existed in the orchestra, it is true, as the statue exists in the marble. But just as the sculptor must have seen with his spiritual eye what he strives to reproduce in the stone, so Mozart can have heard only with his spiritual ear the sounds which he drew from his orchestra. The alterations which have been mentioned are not to be considered as selected from among many similar instances. They are the only ones of any consequence with which my researches have acquainted me. In forming our idea of Mozart's method of writing his score, we may remark further that he did not content himself with such hasty outlines beforehand as might suggest the course of the whole by a few touches, but sketched out fully those parts where he thought well to give particular attention to the details. Canons, fugues, passages and counterpoint, with a complicated disposition of parts or some other difficulty, were worked out upon scraps of music paper or sheets which had been previously used but not quite filled, and then transferred to the score. An accurate sketch for the first finale in Don Giovanni, for instance, where the three dance melodies occur together in different measures, was shown to me by A.L. Fuchs, who had procured one such sketch from each of Mozart's great operas. There was another also of the three-part canon in the second finale of Così fan tutte, in which only the canon, not the voice part belonging to it, was noted. There exists also, in addition to the rough draft of the score of Loca del Cairo, sketches of those parts of the quartet and finale which demand particular attention on account of the contrapuntal disposition of the parts. Unfortunately, but few of these sketches have been preserved, but those few show Mozart's method very clearly and leave no doubt that they were made in order that his conception might be fully developed and arranged in his own mind before its final reduction to writing. They testify, too, of the thoughtfulness and deliberation with which he worked, of the severe demands which he made upon himself, and the conscientiousness which prevented his trusting to the lucky inspiration of the moment or to his own well-tried readiness of resource. Our idea of Mozart as an artist is no longer that which has been so commonly received and admired, and which shows us a spendthrift of his artistic powers, who was only driven by dire necessity to collect the fruits which his genius cast unbidden into his lap. The prerogative of genius is not a dispensation from labor and painful exertion, but the power of attaining the highest aims of such labor, and of obliterating every trace of effort in the perfection of the work. The external characteristics of Mozart's scores show also great care for order and clearness. His handwriting was small, but though often rapid and sometimes hasty, always clear, decided, and individual. The smaller details, in which copyists' errors might easily creep in, are specially cared for. All the instructions for delivery are carefully given in each part. In short, Mozart's scores leave an impression, not of pedantry, which magnifies what is unimportant and loses time in an exaggerated regard for method and uniformity, but of a well-considered order and careful arrangement of details in their due relation to the whole work. Admirably illustrative of Mozart's method, as we have endeavored to portray it, are the numerous unfinished compositions of which frequent mention has been made. Many of these were found after his death, and some are preserved in the Mozarteum at Salzburg. Among these rough drafts of scores are several beginnings of masses belonging to his Salzburg days, as also some songs and many unfinished instrumental compositions. But by far the greater part were written in Vienna. Among them we may note 6 fragments of string quintets, 2 quintets for clarinet and strings, 1 quartet for English horn and strings, 9 drafts of violin quartets, 9 drafts of pianoforte concertos, 1 pianoforte quartet, 2 drafts of pianoforte trios, 1 sonata for pianoforte and violoncello, 2 sonatas for pianoforte and violin, 4 movements for 2 pianofortes, 9 movements for the pianoforte. These are none of them roughly sketched drafts, but fair copies of unfinished scores, the completion of which was prevented by outward circumstances. Again we meet with confirmation of the fact that Mozart never began to write until his composition was in all essential points completed in his own mind. When only a few bars are written, they offer a perfected melody, a motif only requiring its further development. When the sketches are longer, they form a well-rounded, continuous whole that is evidently interrupted not because the continuation is not ready to hand, but because some chance has prevented its further transcription. It may be plainly discerned, also, that not only are detached ideas put into shape, but the different characteristic traits of execution are indicated in the usual way, so that the chief effects and capabilities of the motifs may be clearly inferred. It appears as if Mozart, when once interrupted in the transcription of a composition, was very loath to return to it again. That he might have done so cannot for a moment be doubted. His memory was infallible, but his interest was concentrated on the work with which he was concerned at the moment. He was easily impelled to write what he had already completed in his head, and this led him naturally to the next piece of work. To return to what he considered as over and done with was contrary to his nature and habit. There is no reason whatever to suppose that any of these sketches, preliminary notes, or unfinished compositions were ever subsequently made use of. This not only testifies of the wealth and ease of his productivity, which scorned to borrow even from himself, but it proves that his creations proceeded immediately from spontaneous impulses, each having independent birth, and owing its development to the singular fecundity of his artistic nature. The individual truth and fresh life of Mozart's works are founded in this natural spring of ever-welling spontaneity. Their artistic perfection rests on the skill with which the conception is developed, but in what consists the peculiar charm and beauty which is acknowledged and enjoyed by us all as inseparable from Mozart's music is, and will ever remain, an unsolved mystery. However carefully Mozart, as a rule, prepared his compositions before writing them, we, who are acquainted with his nature and education, can scarcely doubt that he was able on occasion to compose as he wrote. Such a song as that which he wrote in the tavern for Frau von Kess cannot well have been ready in his head. When he was in Prague at the beginning of 1787, he promised Count Jo Pachter to write a country dance for a public ball, but failed to produce it. At last the Count invited him to dinner an hour earlier than his usual time, and when Mozart appeared, placed all the requisite materials before him, and entreated him to compose the dance on the spot, seeing that it was required for the following day. Mozart set to work, and before dinner had composed 9 country dances, scored for full orchestra, 510K, which he certainly had not prepared beforehand. These and similar instances refer to easy pieces in free form, but we have already seen, Volume 2, page 366, that he could improvise canons and double canons of an unusual kind, and what further proof can be acquired than reference to his marvelous gift of executive improvisation. In composing, Mozart never had recourse to improvisation. He never came to the clavier when he was writing, says Němeček. His imagination pictured the whole work when he had once conceived it. His wife also says naively, but graphically, he never composed at the clavier, but wrote music like letters, and never tried a movement until it was finished. When his compositions were completed, he used to rehearse them, singing or playing, with his wife or anyone else who happened to come in. Kelly narrates that Mozart greeted him one evening with, "I have just written a little duet for Figaro. You shall hear it." He sat down at the pianoforte, and they sang it together. It was the duet Crudel Pesce Finora, and Kelly often remembered with keen delight how he had first heard and sung this charming composition. In one sense, it is true Mozart felt the necessity for an external vent to his musical ideas, and for this he had frequent recourse to his own special instrument, the clavier or pianoforte. Even in his later years, says Němeček, he often spent half the night at the piano. These were the hours that witnessed the birth of his divinest melodies. In the silent calm of night, when there was nothing to distract the mind, his imagination was kindled into supernatural activity, and revealed the wealth of melodious sound which lay dormant in his nature. At such times Mozart was all emotion and music, and unearthly harmonies flowed from his fingers. Only those who heard him then could know the depth and extent of his musical genius. His spirit, freed from every impediment, spread its bold pinions, and soared into the regions of art. It could scarcely fail to be the case that in such hours as these, the subject of his improvisation should often be the work of which his mind was full at the time, but it would be a mistake to consider the improvisation as an express preparation for a subsequent work, or as the actual source from which it sprang. The improvisation was the embodiment of the mood of the moment. Its form and extent were limited by the conditions of the instrument on which it was played, and it could by no means serve as an immediate foundation to a work to be performed under entirely different conditions and with a definite object. Mozart carefully separated his time for writing and his time for improvising. To the end of his life, he kept to his early habit of writing in the morning, Volume 2, page 208, and even when he had been out the evening before, or had played far into the night, he was accustomed to begin work at 6 or 7 o'clock. In later days, however, he indulged himself by writing in bed. After 10, he usually gave lessons, and never returned to the writing table unless there were urgent occasion. Such occasion arose often enough, it is true. When he was composing Figaro, his father tells Marianne, November 11, 1785, how he postponed all his pupils until the afternoon, so as to have the whole morning free for writing, and we have already seen that he sometimes wrote in the evening, and even at night. Mozart's marvelous improvisations were not confined to hours of solitude and calm, nor to the satisfaction of his inner cravings. He showed himself equally master of the art when the impulse came from without, as was frequently the case, for people loved to hear him improvise. There is a peculiar charm in this accomplishment which, while it at once identifies the artist with his creation, requires the highest concentration of artistic energy to satisfy the varied conditions on which the production of a work of art depends. The improvising musician and his audience act and react upon each other. The latter receive the direct impression of the artist's individuality and power, and feel themselves, as it were, let into the secret of his method of producing the works which delight them, while the former is inspired to fresh efforts of genius by his consciousness of possessing the sympathy of his hearers. Mozart was always ready to play when he thought he should give pleasure, but he improvised in his best vein only when he spied out among the crowd surrounding him one or more of the privileged few who were capable of following the flights of his genius. Oblivious of all others, he addressed the elect in the hieroglyphics of his art, and poured forth for them alone his richest streams of melody. We have much contemporary testimony as to the impression made by Mozart's improvising. Ambros Rieder, who died in 1851 at 80 years of age in Perk-Tolsdorf, an enthusiastic musician and a worthy man, writes in his recollections, "In my youth I had opportunities of hearing and admiring many distinguished virtuosi, both on the violin and the harpsichord, but I cannot describe my amazement and delight in hearing the great and immortal W.A. Mozart play variations and improvise on the pianoforte before a numerous and aristocratic audience. It was to me like the gift of new senses of sight and hearing, the bold flights of his imagination into the highest regions, and again down to the very depths of the abyss, caused the greatest masters of music to be lost in amazement and delight. I still, in my old age, seem to hear the echo of these heavenly harmonies, and I go to my grave with the full conviction that there can never be another Mozart." And Niemetschek, when an old man, said to Eyal Fuchs, "If I dared to pray the Almighty to grant me one more earthly joy, it would be that I might once again hear Mozart improvise." Those who have not heard him can form no idea of his extraordinary performances. Repeated mention has already been made of Mozart's readiness and skill in playing out of his head, as he used to call it, Volume 1, page 385, 386. He avoided the common error of improvising virtuosi in the introduction of long cadenzas, making a hash in the cadenza of what had sounded well enough in the concerto. As Dittersdorf says, Supp's Biography, page 47, a new fashion came into vogue about this time. Instead of a long cadenza, A simple theme was delivered, and then varied according to every rule of the art. But Mozart used also frequently to improvise a free fantasia in his concertos. Volume 2, page 285. Rochlitz narrates how at Leipzig the audience wished to hear him alone at the close of one of his concerts, and though he had already played 2 concertos and an obbligato scena and accompanied for nearly 2 hours, he sat down at once and played to the delight of all. He began simply and seriously in C minor, but it is absurd to attempt to describe it. As he was playing with special reference to the connoisseurs who were present, he brought the flights of his fancy lower and lower, and closed with the published variations on Je suis Lindor, Volume 2, page 174. Stepanek, writing of the concert which Mozart gave in Prague, February 1787, says, "At the close of the concert, Mozart improvised on the pianoforte for a good half-hour, and raised the enthusiasm of the delighted Bohemians to its highest pitch, so that he was obliged to resume his place at the instrument in compliance with their storm of applause." His second stream of improvisation had a still more powerful effect, and the audience again tumultuously recalled him. Their enthusiasm seemed to inspire him, and he played as he had never played before, till all at once the death-like silence of the listeners was broken by a voice from among them exclaiming, "Aus Figaro?" whereupon Mozart dashed into the favorite air, Non più andrai, and improvised a dozen of the most interesting and artistic variations upon it, ending his wonderful performance amid a deafening storm of applause. Němeček also speaks of this concert. A sweet enchantment seized upon us in listening to Mozart's improvisation on the pianoforte, which he continued for more than half an hour, and we gave vent to our delight in a perfect storm of applause. His playing surpassed anything that could be imagined, uniting all the qualities of first-rate composition and perfect ease of execution. Such moments of inspiration as this gave his countenance an expression which betrayed the artist within him. At other times his appearance was in no way striking or distinguished. His head was somewhat too large in proportion to his body. His face was pale, though not unpleasing, but in no way uncommon, and the Mozart family nose asserted itself very plainly as long as he continued to be thin. His eyes were tolerably large and well-shaped, with good eyelashes and bushy brows, but they were not bright, and his look was absent and restless. He had a great dislike to hearing his appearance commented on as insignificant, Volume 1, page 381, and was seriously angry once when the Prussian ambassador gave him a letter of introduction, in which he said that he hoped Mozart's insignificant personal appearance would cause no prejudice against him. This absent creature, says the notice in Schlichtergroll's Necrologue, became another being as soon as he sat down to the piano. His spirit seemed to soar upwards, and his whole mind was absorbed in what seemed the proper object of his being, the harmony of sound. His whole countenance would change, says Němeček. His eye became calm and collected. Emotion spoke from every movement of his muscles, and was communicated by a sort of intuitive sympathy to his audience. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn. Chapter 33, Mozart's Pianoforte Music, Part 1. There can be no reason to doubt what has often been asserted and maintained with proof, that Mozart was the greatest pianoforte player of his time. Although, however, the fame of a virtuoso among his contemporaries is more brilliant and universal than that of a composer, yet posterity can form but a vague idea of the performances which were so enchanting to the hearers. It is impossible to give an accurate or very intelligible account of Mozart's playing, but it will not be without interest to note such of its characteristic features as are still within our grasp. He had small, well-shaped hands, says Němeček, and moved them so gently and naturally over the keys that the eyes of his hearers were charmed no less than their ears. Like most pianoforte players, his hands used involuntarily to assume the position they would have had in playing. The notice in Schlichtergro's Necrologue even observes that constant practicing had rendered his hands awkward in ordinary use, and that it was only with extreme difficulty that he could cut up his meat at table. It was wonderful he could do so much with them, particularly in left-hand stretches. A great deal of his perfection must be ascribed to the admirable fingering which, according to his own acknowledgment, he owed to a diligent study of Bach's works. Mozart certainly appears to have played Bach's clavier music from a very early age. In his letters to Breitkopf, the father frequently orders Bach's last compositions. And once at a party at Dölitz, when the conversation fell upon Bach's playing, Mozart declared, "He is the father, we are the lads. Those of us who can do anything owe it to him, and whoever does not admit that is a ... Footnote. So Rochlitz says, and the expression sounds very like Mozart. But when he speaks of a visit paid by Mozart to Bach in Hamburg shortly before he went to Leipzig in 1789, he forgets that Bach died in 1788, and Mozart was never in Hamburg. Mozart's criticisms on the playing of Nanette Stein and Vogler prove the value he attached to good fingering as the foundation of firm and expressive execution. It is well known that Philipp Emanuel Bach's practical development of his father's principles laid the foundation for the present system of the art of fingering, and it is equally certain that Mozart, and with and after him Clementi, were the first to tread in the path so marked out. He insisted mainly that the player should have a quiet, steady hand, the natural ease, flexibility, and smooth rapidity of which should be so cultivated that the passages should flow like oil. He did not counsel the practice of tour de force, which might be prejudicial to these qualities. His first requirements were the delivery of every note, turn, etc., correctly and decidedly, and with appropriate expression and taste. He cautions players against over-rapidity of execution, not only of passages where the harmony is strictly connected, but also of those where offences against strict time seem more allowable. He was strongly opposed to violations of time. Footnote. Nothing made Mozart so angry as the maltreatment of his operas in public performances, principally by exaggerating the rate of the tempos, says Rochlitz. He believed that Nanette Stein would never acquire the power of playing in time because she had not been accustomed to it from childhood. His own playing always excited admiration for his accurate time, never giving way to a tempo rubato in the left hand, while at the same time playing with perfect expression and deep feeling, and without making grimaces, to which he had a great aversion. He placed correctness first in the list of qualities essential to first-rate playing, and included among them ease and certainty in the execution of unusual technical difficulties, delicacy and good taste in delivery, and above all, that power of breathing life and emotion into the music, and of so expressing its meaning as to place the performer for the moment on a level with the creator of the work before him. We must be content to accept the enthusiastic testimony of the public, of connoisseurs, of accomplished fellow artists, who all agreed that Mozart was indisputably ranked highest among virtuosi, by virtue of his fulfillment of all these conditions. Footnote. Mozart is the most finished and best pianoforte player that I have ever heard, writes a correspondence from Vienna in 1787. Never shall I forget the divine pleasure afforded me, says Rochlitz, partly by the spirituality of his compositions, partly by the brilliancy, as well as the heart-melting tenderness of his execution. When we find Clementi declaring that he had never heard anyone play so intellectually and gracefully as Mozart, Dittersdorf finding art and fine taste united in his playing, and Haydn asserting with tears in his eyes that he could never forget Mozart's playing, because it came from the heart, the simple expressions of such men are more eloquent than the most emphatic hyperbole. The union in Mozart of the virtuoso and the composer caused his performances as a virtuoso to be more directly influenced by his compositions than was usually the case. His pianoforte compositions have left us only an imperfect image of these combined accomplishments, partly because the living breath of genius cannot be reproduced, partly because the greater number of these works were written under the influence of external circumstances, which denied free scope both to the composer and the performer. Variations upon a well-known theme were at that time a favourite form of improvisation, so much so that varying and improvising were terms often used synonymously. It is easy to understand the interest which even a less educated public took in this form. A simple theme, either familiar or of a kind to be easily understood, gives the hearers something to be laid hold of, and it amuses them to recognize and follow the air in its manifold disguises. The regular development and elaboration of a motif, obliging constant attention from the hearers in order to trace the connection of its different parts, was not expected in these fashionable variations. What was looked for was such a prominence given to some characteristic elements of the subject, whether in the harmonic succession, in the rhythm, or the melody, as should serve constantly to suggest it to the mind, while affording a basis for a free play of musical fancy. Such variations on a given subject may be in some measure compared with arabesque and similar ornamentations in architecture, which display complex and fantastic varieties of animal and vegetable forms, but behind their apparent irregularities maintain a constant reference to the constructive design. Mozart never cultivated any other than this easy style of variation, and we find a contemporary critic writing the wish that he would write not only these florid variations, but others in the style of the two Bachs, with scientific inversions and imitations and in counterpoint. But amateurs were fond of the easier form, and he found frequent occasion to write variations for his pupils or other friends. He did not care about them himself, and took no pains to have them published. But finding favour with the public, they were eagerly sought after and published. Footnote. In 1785, Torricelli announced Neueste Fantasie Variationen von Mozart as follows: "The eagerness with which the works of this famous master are everywhere looked for, and the certainty with which they command the esteem of the connoisseur by their art and elegance, and touch the hearts of all by their tender melodiousness, have induced me to publish these very beautiful variations for the benefit of the most fastidious lovers of music, to whom I offer a new work calculated to do honour to its author. I shall endeavour from time to time to place all the remaining variations of this admirable master in the hands of an appreciative public." Fräulein Auenhammer supervised the publishing of several of Mozart's variations, often with many inaccuracies, nor were all genuine that appeared under the name of Mozart. Footnote. The variations on a theme by Dittersdorf, Köchel 287 Anhang, are by Ebel, according to his assertion in the Hamburg Correspondent. And his also are the variations so often printed under Mozart's name on the theme So Steffen sprach in Träume, Köchel 288 Anhang. The variations on a theme from Satie's I Finti Eredi, Köchel 289 Anhang, are by Forster. Mozart's widow, in letters to Hartel, appealed to well-informed friends to support her assertion that the variations Une fièvre brûlante, Anhang 285, whose genuineness had already been doubted by Siegbeke, were not by Mozart, and she is undoubtedly right. The following variations belong to the Vienna period, and probably to the year 1784. 1. Unser Dommel Pöbel, from Gluck's Pilgrims of Mecca, Köchel 455. 2. Come un Agnello, from Satie's Fra Due Litiganti, Köchel 460. In 1785 were composed 3. September 12, Köchel 500. 4. Duet, November 4, Köchel 501. Then follow 5. Upon a Minuet by Dupont, composed April 9, 1789, Köchel 573. 6. Ein Weib ist das herrlichste Ding, from the second part of the two Antonios by Schikaneder, composed March 8, 1791, Köchel 613. The following were announced in 1785, but some of them certainly belong to an earlier date. 7. L'Isson de Moi, Köchel 264. 8. La Belle Françoise, Köchel 353. 9. Salve tu Domine from Paisiello's Eingebildete Philosoph, Köchel 398. 10. La Bergère Silemaine with violin, Köchel 359. 11. Hélas, j'ai perdu mon amant with violin, Köchel 360. In 1786, 12. Marche de Ménage Samnite by Grétry, Köchel 352. In 1787, 13. A vous dirai-je maman, Köchel 265. In all these, even the more pretentious of them, there is no appearance of a higher object than passing amusement, secured by means of the contrast of the different variations in time and measure, major and minor, prominence of the right hand or the left, with all of which devices we are now so over-familiar. It never occurred to Mozart to give a deeper meaning to his variations by the grouping of the movements, nor still to torture a simple theme into all sorts of fantastic forms. He confined himself to a tasteful embellishment of the subject. Harmonic and contrapuntal treatment was not altogether absent, but it was little more than suggested as a sort of seasoning to the music. In many of the earlier variations, mechanical difficulties are brought into the foreground. Certain favourite difficulties, such as the passing over of the hands, long shakes or chains of shakes in one hand, while the other has the subject, were always to be found. Passages which now offer neither novelty nor difficulty display nevertheless, upon closer inspection, both elegance and originality. The equal use made of the two hands is worthy of remark. A considerable amount of execution in the left hand is presupposed in these, as in most of Mozart's compositions. In the later variations, 3, 5, 6, 17, there is little or no bravura. The theme is easily and gracefully treated, and no attempt is made to invest with undue dignity what is merely a light and passing expression of fancy. As one of the most interesting and successful compositions of this kind may be mentioned the four-hand variations, which are both graceful and amusing. Sometimes variations form a component part, the middle or last movement of a sonata, either with or without accompaniment, Köchel 284 and 331. This has caused no essential difference in their treatment. They are neither wider in conception nor freer in execution, nor are they connected by intermediate passages so as to form one whole, a device often and successfully employed by Haydn and Beethoven. Mozart's original themes are for the most part fresher and more graceful than those he has borrowed. The accompanied sonatas give greater scope for originality by the multiplication of the parts, and very often the simple enunciation of the theme by one of the parts allows a better defined expression of free contrapuntal treatment to be given to it by the other parts. But as we have said, these modifications are unimportant. The form of the variation is here, as elsewhere, simply light and entertaining. Various short pianoforte pieces for particular occasions and persons were written during Mozart's Vienna period, as for instance the three rondos. 1. In D major, composed January 10, 1786, Köchel 485. In F major, composed June 10, 1786, Köchel 494. 3. In A minor, composed March 11, 1787, Köchel 511. The two in F and D major are easy of comprehension and execution, cheerful but not striking music. The latter is peculiar in that the oft-repeated theme recurs in different keys, thus necessitating changing modulations in the episodes. The third, in A minor, is very original and beautiful. The theme is somewhat piquant in its rhythm and harmonic treatment, and suggestive of a national melody, a mode of characterization not often used either by Mozart or Beethoven. Its original modifications cause fresh surprise each time that it recurs. The second theme, effective by contrast with the first, is in itself both fine and expressive, and gives occasion for much appropriate and interesting treatment. The short middle movement, in A major, is lighter in style, but accords well with the chief theme, and leads back to it by a striking modulation. The whole piece is original in character, and the tone of melancholy which runs through it and constantly asserts itself forms a most attractive contrast to the restless movement of some of its parts. The short Adagio, in B minor, Köchel 540, composed March 9, 1788, is also very beautiful, serious, and even sad in tone, and otherwise interesting by reason of its harmonic inflections. Although this piece is written in perfectly regular form, in 2 parts with a coda, it reminds us in its whole style of an improvisation. This is still more the case with the so-called fantasias. It has already been remarked that preludes or fantasias were often prefixed as introductions to various kinds of compositions, either in the form of free improvisations or elaborate pieces that could be used on different occasions. A fantasia of this kind, prefixed to the beautiful fugue in C major, has already been noticed. Mozart sent to his sister from Paris, July 20, 1778, a short prelude, not a prelude to lead from one key to another, but a sort of capriccio to try the clavier, leaving the style of playing to her own judgment. She received it at 4 o'clock, writes the father, August 13, 1778, and at 5, when I came home, she said she had thought of something, and if I liked it, she would write it down. She then began to play the prelude by heart. I rubbed my eyes and said, "Where the deuce did you get that idea?" She laughed and drew your letter from her pocket. This is, no doubt, the unpublished prelude in C major, Köchel 395, which was in the possession of Mozart's sister. The essential character of this, as of the prelude in C minor, Köchel 396, is modulatory. There is no delivery of a regular melody or working out of a definite motif, but on the whole consists of varied and skillfully grouped passages and arpeggios, keeping both hands in equal activity and displaying an abundance of rapid and often curious and striking changes of harmony. But even in this apparently unfettered straying through harmonies, we cannot fail to be aware of organization in the succession of the modulations, in the connection of the passages, and in the whole conception. The C major is in several detached contrasting movements. The C minor is founded on the definite form of a 2-part sonata movement, but very freely treated. The fantasia in D minor, Köchel 337, is of somewhat different design, insofar that the melodic element is more prominent, but at first only in oft-repeated phrases, which are continually prevented from developing into a perfect cantilena by the occurrence of a contrasting motif, or the outbreak of a quick stormy passage. The character of a gradual concentration of force is very clearly expressed. The tender and graceful theme, which is at last allowed to assume its due proportions, can, however, be in no way considered as the proper result of such a preparation. It is not worked out, but first interrupted, and then brought to a rapid but not a satisfying conclusion, so maintaining the character of the piece as an announcement of something greater which is to come. The well-known fantasia in C minor, Köchel 475, Mozart's performance of which so surprised Joseph Frank, is better worked out, and in every respect a more important work. 5 movements, in various keys and tempos, are closely bound together into a whole by connecting passages or harmonic inflections. Each movement, though not completely separate, has yet a certain independence, with melodies of its own rounded into a simple song-like form. There is no attempt at the elaboration, or even the full development of a motif, but everything presses onwards, each section leading as of necessity to the next, which is intended to form a lively contrast to what has preceded it. In spite of the predominance of a slow tempo, the whole work has a restless character, and the recurrence at the end of the serious and sustained commencement leads only to a provisional and unsatisfying conclusion. Here again the essence of the fantasia is modulatory. The changes of harmony are frequent, often bar by bar, rapid and striking, The passages and even the melodies are so constructed as to lend themselves to this method. In spite of its length, the fantasia preserves the character of an introduction, though not of necessity to the sonata with which it is printed. The mood which is so distinctly expressed in the first two bars of the adagio is preserved throughout the fantasia. Is it a sad and sorrowful mood of doubting and questioning, of struggling and striving, of longing for deliverance from a heavy burden, for freedom from doubt and care? Disheartened by failure, unrefreshed by consolation, it sinks at last into itself, and is heard no more. But there is no hopeless despair, no cynical irony in this music. It is expressive throughout of the composure of a man who, even in combat, never loses command over himself. The boldness of its harmonies and the consistency of its tone were of unusual significance at the time of its composition. It is to be much regretted that the letter concerning it, which Mozart addressed to Frau von Trattnern, has not been preserved. Above and beyond such detached movements as these, the form of pianoforte composition chiefly cultivated by Mozart was the sonata, either with or without the accompaniment of one or more instruments. The foundation of the sonata proper, and of the definite form in which the chief movement of the sonata at least was cast, was laid by Grunau and Domenico Scarlatti, the latter of whom brought his extraordinary technical knowledge to bear with effect on the treatment and style of pianoforte music. From the middle of the last century, the piano as a solo instrument has been increasing in favour, especially among amateurs, and it naturally followed that this species of composition should be cultivated with corresponding attention. Philipp Emanuel Bach and his disciple Joseph Haydn fixed the form of the sonata in all essential respects, and by the intrinsic worth of their compositions and the charm of their execution, brought the germ of perfection therein contained to the point of vital development. To them succeeded Mozart, carrying on their work in his own original manner. It has already been demonstrated that the clavier sonata in its free development forms the basis of independent instrumental composition, and that every advance in the one direction acts favourably in the other. It will suffice here, therefore, to touch briefly on the main points of this species of composition. The sonata now signifies a composition for a solo instrument, consisting of several movements differing in time, measure, and key, but sufficiently allied in design and grouping to form a coherent whole. In its earlier stage, 2 movements often composed a sonata, but afterwards 3 or 4 became the rule. One of the movements is in slow time, and forms the appropriate expression of a calm, serious, or tender mood. It soon became usual to place this movement in the middle, with the distinctive feeling that a composed and self-concentrated mood ought to succeed to a demonstrative or passionate one. If the more animated movement were preceded by the slow one, the latter would lose its independent character, and become a mere introduction to the former. The second of the lively movements served as a conclusion, and was invariably cheerful, sometimes even merry in tone. The music, being principally intended for social entertainment, was so constructed as to leave a pleasant, cheerful impression. When a 4th movement was added, it was generally in the same tone, and sometimes preceded, but more often followed, the slow movement. During his Vienna period, Mozart's sonatas, both solo and accompanied, have but 3 movements, while his symphonies, quintets and quartets are always furnished with minuets. The 3 movements of the sonata have only gradually assumed their present form. One of Mozart's earlier sonatas, in A major, Köchel 331, consists of an andante with variations, a minuet and a rondo. Another in D major, Köchel 284, has a middle movement consisting of a rondo en polonaise, followed by a theme with variations. Afterwards, however, he adhered to the regular sonata form, with the first movement as its most characteristic part, forming the point of departure for the development of all modern instrumental music. It has already been remarked that the essential elements of the sonata movement consist in the treatment of the principal motif in the first part and in its working out in the second. The contrapuntal elaboration of a theme in strict form was the groundwork of the first part, and was followed by the characteristic treatment of well-defined motifs side by side with a free use of figures and passages. An important point was the delivery of a second theme, independent of the first and sharply distinguished from it. This was always in the dominant of the principal major key, C major, G major, or in the relative major of the principal minor key, C minor, E flat major. These are the two main pillars of the movement. Their further development, their connection by means of interludes, and the conclusion of the part are not further hampered by rule, except that the part must close in the dominant. The province of the second part was the working out of one or more motifs employed in the first part, or altogether new. The treatment was either mainly harmonic or mainly thematic, and had for its object the organic development of the given elements, the enhancing of the interest, and the effective return to the first part. Upon this elaboration, and leading back to the first theme, were concentrated all the power and genius of the master. The repetition of the first part entailed many modifications, partly because the second theme was obliged to appear in the principal key in which the movement closed. It allowed also of alterations in grouping the different phrases, of amplifications or curtailments, and especially of such a long-drawn climax at the close as should almost entitle the repeated second part to be considered as a third part. Mozart found these elements ready to hand, and gave them the stamp of his own individual nature. In his hands, the second subject, distinctly enunciated, became not only an independent but a counter-subject, rising in characteristic relief from the body of the part. But his originality is principally displayed in the formation of the themes. Their predominant characteristic is song-like melody, which Nägeli, with a mistaken view of the nature of instrumental music, considered to be the degradation and ruin of pianoforte music. With truer judgment, Mozart has followed the injunctions of Philipp Emanuel Bach, and after him Haydn, and has striven to write melodiously. Mozart's musical training was founded on song. His inclinations led him to song, in a greater degree than was the case with his two predecessors. When once the pianoforte composer had renounced the severe polyphonic method, when once he had come to regard his theme not as material for pedantic elaboration, but as a free melody capable of giving expression to his artistic perceptions, then song became the point of departure for all his melodies. A transference to the instrument of the forms expressly constructed for the voice was impracticable. They could only be employed by analogy, in conformity with the nature of the instrument. Mozart never employed the form of the Italian cantilena in his pianoforte compositions, nor in his instrumental works generally. A glance at his Italian operas will show the difference in the treatment of the melodies. Wherever a comparison of instrumental with vocal works is possible, it must be made with the German operas, especially with the Zauberflöte. In his instrumental works, Mozart gave his emotions their natural expression without binding himself to any such set forms as those of Italian opera. With equal freedom, he treated song in his German operas as the immediate outcome of his feelings. The developed forms of German instrumental music suggested this treatment. The essential conditions of a beautiful melody founded on the relations of intervals, rhythm, and harmonies were perfectly fulfilled in Mozart's pianoforte compositions. Each melody is complete, uniform, and full of his own charm of grace and euphony. The delivery of such melodies must have given special prominence to those qualities in Mozart's playing which Haydn declared came from his heart. We are sometimes surprised in the concertos, for instance, to find the chief effect depending on a long, simply sustained melody, which he must have played in masterly fashion. This song-like and expressive treatment of the separate melodies was accompanied by an extraordinary wealth of melody. Instead of the connecting phrases which generally led out of the principal motif or were formed by free passages, Mozart introduced new melodies. This was made an occasion of reproach to him, as Dittersdorf says, "Mozart is unquestionably a great original genius, and I know of no composer who possesses such an astonishing wealth of ideas. Only wish he was a little less prodigal of them. He gives his hearers no time to breathe. As soon as one beautiful idea is grasped, it is succeeded by another and a finer one, which drives the first from the mind, and so it goes on, until at the end not one of these beauties remains in the memory. We shall certainly not echo this complaint of Mozart's prodigality of ideas, but it cannot be denied that though the formation of independent melodies is an important and necessary step in advance, it does not reach the last stage of development. Mozart's melodies are not strung together without connection, both external and internal, but in the shorter sonatas especially, where they are not worked out, they strike us as the indicated points in a design wanting as yet the detail of which it is capable. The gain was important in two respects. The close juxtaposition of melodies excluded or greatly limited the employment of connecting passages without sense or meaning. Of these, Mozart makes comparatively little use. He used figures and passages chiefly as ornaments, and not as independent members of the movement. But where this form of transition seemed inevitable, he used it without ceremony, just as in architecture supports are worked into the artistic design without any disguise of their structural importance. We may instance the broad and expressive treatment of his closes and half-closes, which are now so striking as to appear to many a special peculiarity of Mozart's style. This, however, they are not. They were then in general use, and proceeded from the desire to maintain the key with firmness and decision. The greater freedom of modern music in this respect, and the substitution of graceful and original transition phrases for dry commonplaces, is an undoubted progress. Mozart's transition phrases were, however, both elegant and interesting, as may be proved from a reference to his returns to the theme in the second parts, and to the varied development which he gives to the simple ground form of the organ point. The second respect in which Mozart's method was a gain to music was in the clearness which it gave to his designs. This clearness is an inseparable adjunct of Mozart's art. By means of it the main points of his structure were as clearly defined as an architectural ground plan, and became the supports for elaboration and development. Mozart himself was far from exhausting the resources of the method which he founded. Others have followed in his footsteps, and Beethoven, his intellectual heir, has displayed all the depth and wealth of that which he has inherited. In the choice and arrangement of his melodies, Mozart invariably displays delicate taste and discrimination. He is particularly happy in surprising his hearers with a new melody when they least expect it. At the close of the first theme, for instance, which generally brings with it a certain sense of satisfied completeness. But his most inimitable effect is produced when, just as the movement is drawing to a close, a perfect melody starts up in all its charm of fresh sweetness, reviving the interest of the hearers and often giving an entirely new turn to the whole. As a striking example, I may remind my readers of the first movement of the Symphony in C major, Köchel 551. Who has not been charmed again and again by the last melody, which, like a shining meteor, sheds light and cheerfulness around? Similar, though not perhaps equally brilliant, effects are of constant occurrence. They have not been achieved, have scarcely even been attempted by any other musician. On the other hand, however, the partiality with which Mozart has treated the close and other less prominent points of his movements has been prejudicial to the so-called second subject. This is usually the weakest part. It should have a light and tender character, in contrast to the principal subject. It is frequently, however, insignificant in comparison to the other motifs, and gives the impression of having been neglected. The further development of the fundamental scheme was accomplished by means not of the insertion of phrases connecting its principal members, but of the thematic treatment of these members themselves. Mozart's study of Bach and Handel led him in this direction, as was particularly shown in his latter pianoforte works. An interesting example is afforded by the two movements in the Allegro and Andante in F major, Köchel 553, which are throughout in counterpoint. This work must not be considered as a relapse into the strict forms of counterpoint, such as the canon and the fugue, but as the free development of the laws to which polyphonic and contrapuntal forms are alike subject. Instrumental, and especially pianoforte music, freed from the fetters of strict form, was in danger of advancing exclusively in the direction of homophonic development, and so becoming insipid. It is Mozart's merit to have brought polyphonic and thematic treatment, modified according to the altered character of the music and the nature of the instrument, to its freest and most beautiful expression. This is particularly noticeable in the working out divisions of the movements, on which the main emphasis must necessarily fall, and which can only attain their full significance by means of this treatment. Mozart does not indeed develop them in length and breadth as Beethoven does, but he makes them, even when they are so condensed as to appear mere transition movements, the culminating point of the whole movement, the concentration of all its force and action. The mode of treatment is as free as the choice of subject, but the effect generally depends on a thematic treatment, which is often very artistically designed and woven together. Not that the harmonic element is neglected. The boldest and most original modulations occur in the very places where close examination discloses the thematic as the vivifying element, the true impulse of the work. This free and intellectual treatment of the polyphonic method was distasteful to many of Mozart's contemporaries, who only accepted the traditional forms of counterpoint. Thus, a critic expresses himself as follows concerning the E-flat sonata for violin and piano, Köchel 481. The pleasing style of this sonata by Herr Mozart will cause it to find favour with all lovers of the art. 'Tis to be wished, however, that Herr Mozart would attach himself less closely to the passing taste of the day. His works would thereby gain a more universal and lasting worth. That Herr Mozart is not wanting either in the knowledge of harmony or the wealth of imagination which would enable him to offer us stronger meats is sufficiently vouched for by this and many other of his well-known works. The same critic considered the working out movement far too long. Although musical science is no actual rule in such cases, yet a difference of 3 pages is out of all reason. The slow middle movement and the last movement have not the accurate and well-defined form of the first. 2 essentially easier forms are mainly employed, with many modifications, namely variations in the rondo. The slow movement is, as a rule, founded upon the song form, and is therefore often designed in 2 parts. But the design is only very seldom developed as broadly and fully as in the first movement. The repetition of the theme more than once, with the then customary additions and embellishments. A footnote. Philipp Emanuel Bach says in the preface to his 6 sonatas for the piano with altered repetitions, "The alteration at the repeat is in the present day indispensable. It is expected from every performer that he should change every idea in repetition, without any allowance being made for the construction of the piece or the ability of the performer, led naturally to the adoption of variations. But in every case the first requirement was the composition of a movement melodious in form and substance, and owing its expression not to its connection with any other, but to its own intrinsic feeling. The tone of sentiment then existing was favourable to the production of just such movements, and they therefore undoubtedly belong to Mozart's finest creations. These simple and expressive melodies, exquisitely formed and firmly handled, full of warm and deep emotion or of sentimental tenderness, seem to be the precious legacy of the time to which we owe the purest strains of our lyric poetry. The calm with which they are for the most part permeated expresses in a rare degree the enjoyment and satisfaction of artistic activity. The very ease with which these movements are constructed, by means of the development of the main idea of variations on it, and of freely treated and often contrasting secondary parts, show how freely and naturally they proceeded from the heart of the musician. As an instance of detail, we need only mention the delicacy and grace with which Mozart leads up to the conclusion and leaves his hearers with a parting impression of perfect satisfaction. The last movements are not by any means of equal merit with the other 2. A large majority are in the easy rondo or variation form. The incredible ease with which Mozart poured forth melodies is more than ever apparent in these movements, but they are often loosely strung together without development, and sometimes trivial in character. The original intention of the movement, of enlivening the audience by a cheerful dance or something similar, is generally kept in view. The tone is one of more or less excited merriment, without depth or true humour. Mozart's enjoyment of dances, games, and jests of all kinds found expression in such performances as these. Their purity of grace of form shows, however, that like a true artist, he lifts every manifestation of his nature into a higher sphere. Many of his last movements form exceptions to what has been said above, both by reason of their stricter form and their more elevated tone. The list of sonatas for pianoforte alone which Mozart composed in Vienna is not a very long one. Of the first which appeared, 3 sonatas, opus 6, Köchel 330 to 332, in C, A, F major. 3 sonatas, opus 7, Köchel 333 and 284, dedicated to the Countess Therese Cobenzl in B flat and C major. The third is with the violin, Köchel 454. Some must have certainly been composed earlier. Then follow C minor, composed October 14, 1784, Köchel 457, with the Fantasia, Köchel 475, published in 1785 as Opus 11. F major, composed January 3, 1788 in 2 movements, Köchel 533. A short pianoforte sonata for beginners in C major, Köchel 545, composed June 1788. B flat major, for pianoforte alone, composed February 1789, Köchel 570. B flat major, composed July 1789, Köchel 576. Most, if not all, of these appear to have been composed for special occasions. The most important is unquestionably the celebrated one in C minor, the fire and passion of which, especially in the last movement, surpass all previous efforts, and point to what Beethoven was to achieve in the pianoforte sonata. The second, in B flat major, is pleasing and gay. The working out of the first movement is free and full. The third, in D major, is easy and cheerful, with more passages than usual. 3 four-handed sonatas are also preserved. D major, composed November 1781 for Aurnhammer's Soirée, Köchel 381. F major, composed August 1, 1786, Köchel 497. C major, composed May 29, 1787, Köchel 521. Pianoforte music for 2 performers was then far from having attained the popularity which it now possesses, especially among amateurs. Those who wished to play for the sake of playing and to give full effect to their performance would not readily shackle themselves with a fellow performer and lose their absolute sway over the instrument. Duets were considered an exceptional kind of amusement, not without its peculiar charm. This charm consisted in the richer elaboration of material which they allowed, and in such a division and alternation of the parts as should set the 2 players in competition. Mozart, who excelled in this kind of treatment, often employed it. It even transfers entire cantilene with their accompaniments to the bass part, not always, as Marx rightly observes, with a good sound effect. Of the 2 great sonatas, that in F major is by far the most striking. The emphasis is not here laid upon the first movement. The adagio, and still more the rondo, are specially interesting from their beautiful motifs and the seriousness, even to grandeur, of their treatment. The other sonata, in C major, is not trivial in conception, but depends more upon brilliant execution, and leaves a cheerful and pleasant impression. Compositions for 2 pianofortes were more popular, as affording more scope for display to the performer, but the inconvenience attending their performance has prevented the cultivation of this branch of composition. It appears at one time to have been a favourite one with Mozart, owing, no doubt, to some special circumstances. The fugue in C minor, Köchel 426, was composed on December 29, 1783, and the sonata in D major, Köchel 448, at the beginning of 1784. The latter is a capital bravura piece for the time at which it was written, effective even now, and interesting from the interweaving of the 2 parts. The first movement is the best, the working out forcible and effective, though not elaborate. The andante is somewhat tedious, owing to the repetition of the entire first part. Several commencements, now among the sketches at the Salzburg Mozarteum, fall within this period. A second figure in G major, Köchel 4-5, Anhang, has already been noticed. The commencements of an allegro in C minor, Köchel 4-4 Anhang, and of an adagio in D minor, Köchel 3-5 Anhang, are so grand and forcible as to cause regret that they were not continued. A last movement in B-flat major, Köchel 4-3 Anhang, is calmer and more cheerful in character. It is remarkable how these few bars confirm the observation that the choice of a minor key was with Mozart an invariable sign of a special effort of his productive powers. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. The Life of Mozart, Volume 2 by Otto Jahn. Chapter 33, Mozart's Pianoforte Music, Part 2. The sonatas with violin accompaniment composed by Mozart in Vienna were few in number. The first collection, which appeared in November 1781, 6 sonatas, Opus 2, Köchel 376, 296, and 377 to 380, in F, C, F, B-flat, G, E-flat major, comprise some sonatas written at an earlier date. Those in C and B-flat major undoubtedly were, both upon external and internal evidence. That they were all intended for one collection is evidenced by the differences in their design, probably for the sake of variety. Thus the sonata in C major begins with an elaborate adagio, leading into the allegro in G minor. In depth of feeling, these are the finest movements in the set. The last movement is in variations. In the sonata in F major, variations are placed in the middle, and the last movement is a tempo diminuetto treated rondo fashion. The first movement is especially prominent in the sonatas in F major and E-flat major. A sonata in C major begun in 1782, Pour ma très chère épouse, Köchel 404, is unfinished. The fragment of a sonata in A major, with an introductory andante followed by a fugue in A minor, Köchel 402, only half worked out, and completed by Stadler, belongs unquestionably to the period of Mozart's intercourse with van Swieten. These were followed by B-flat major, composed April 21, 1784, for Strenzacci, Köchel 454, E-flat major, composed April 12, 1785, Köchel 481, A major, composed August 24, 1787, Köchel 525. F major, short violin sonata for beginners, composed April 10, 1788, Köchel 547. The greater number of these were composed for pupils. The majority of amateur pianists were then ladies, and it was usual for them to be accompanied on the violin by their teachers or other friends. This kind of music found favour also in social reunions. It follows, therefore, that these sonatas have no great depth of passion or scholarly treatment, but are well supplied with beautiful melodies and startling harmonic inflections, and are made interesting, sometimes even brilliant, to please the performers. A notice of the first 6 sonatas soon after their appearance says, "These sonatas are unique of their kind, rich in new ideas and signs of the genius of their author, very brilliant and well suited to the instrument. Besides this, the violin accompaniment is so artistically combined with the pianoforte part that both instruments are kept in constant activity, and the sonatas require a violin player of equal skill with the pianist. But it is impossible to give a full description of this very original work. The connoisseur must play it through for himself, and he will then be ready to acknowledge that we have not exaggerated its merits." It appears from this the violin part was usually treated as subordinate, exclusively intended for accompaniment, but not so with Mozart. His violin parts are completely independent, on an equality with the piano, and composed with special reference to the idiosyncrasies of that instrument. Indeed, the whole design of these sonatas avoids any interweaving of the parts, which are generally in strict counterpoint. Even the simple form of imitation is comparatively seldom employed. The parts relieve one another, exchange melodies and passages, or move freely together. If, however, we compare the violin parts so skillfully added to the sonata in B-flat major, Köchel 570, we shall find that it is no essential part of the design, but an evident addition. While in the violin sonatas proper, simple as the violin part may be, it cannot be subtracted without injury. The principal charm of these sonatas lies in the rich development of their harmonies. In this respect, too, the later sonatas are, as usual, superior to the earlier. With the exception of the short sonata for beginners, Köchel 547, that in E-flat major, Köchel 481, is the easiest, but it is remarkably clear and pretty. The working out of the first movement is formed by the delicate harmonizing of the favorite subject already known to us, which recurs free in the second part, and is therefore judiciously used to bring the whole movement to a close. In the B-flat major sonata, also Köchel 454, the interest of the working out is essentially harmonic. The return to the first subject is as striking to those who hear it now as it could have been to Mozart's contemporaries. There are many similar touches which suffice to convince us how great an effect of novelty and boldness these sonatas must have produced. The first place must again be accorded to the slow middle movements by reason of their beautiful melodies, in the steady flow of which the art is not merely beginning well, but of maintaining the interest and knowing where to leave off, may be admired and studied. In all of them, a delicate and tasteful accompaniment, a rich and bold harmonic treatment. I need only mention the effective inharmonic changes in the andante of the B-flat major sonata, Köchel 454, and in the adagio of the E-flat major, Köchel 481. Give to these simple outlines a delicate warmth of color. Each of these movements is fine of its kind, but the andante of the sonata in A major, Köchel 526, is specially attractive from the earnestness of its tone. In the same class may be reckoned the trios, or as Mozart called them, terzets, for piano, violin, and violoncello, which were also principally intended for the social circle of amateurs. Their composition for special occasions may be inferred from the fact that they all five fall within the summer and autumn of 1786 and 1788. G major, composed July 8, 1786, Köchel 496. B-flat major, composed November 18, 1786, Köchel 502. E major, composed June 22, 1788, Köchel 542. C major, composed July 14, 1788, Köchel 548. G major, composed October 27, 1788, Köchel 564. In June of the latter year, Mozart asked his friend Puchberg if he did not intend to give a musical party soon, for he had written a new trio. This was the trio in E major, and a later distinct mention of a trio written for Puchberg probably refers to the same. There can at least be no question as to the superiority of this trio in design and originality, as well as in the effective treatment of the instruments. The first movement is full of fire and energy, the imitative working out of the second subject being wonderfully heightened in effect by a bold harmonic inflection. The second movement, with something of the character of a national melody, is fresh and charming and has rhythmic and harmonic points which give it a piquancy altogether modern. The last movement, though not devoid of expression and delicacy, is inferior in vital energy to the first and seems somewhat too long, perhaps because an exclusive attention to brilliancy loses its effect upon hearers of our day. External influences account for the fact that the succession of the trios is not in accordance with their merit and importance. The last two are inferior, not only to that just mentioned, but also to the first two. In these, as usual, the middle movements stand highest. In the first movement of the trio in B-flat major, there is no new second subject, but the first is employed again with some modification. The second part therefore opens with an entirely new and independent melody. The trio in C major, Köchel 548, is very easy and seems to have been intended for some particular person. The last, Köchel 564, was first written by Mozart as a sonata for pianoforte alone. When he had occasion to add the two stringed instruments, he had the original composition copied, added the violin and violoncello parts, and altered what had to be altered for the piano. The original sonata may be easily traced, except here and there where the alterations have gone deeper, and the different instruments, except in the variations, have little independence. In contrast with the emancipation of the violin part in the violin sonatas, the violoncello part of the trios is always in the background. It is treated as a bass instrument, and only exceptionally leads the melody or takes an independent part. Of bravura it has little or none, and thus the original effects of which the combined instruments are capable seldom occur. One remarkable instance of such an effect, however, is in the last movement of the first trio, Köchel 496, at the passage in G minor, where the violin repeats 4 times the melancholy bar, then slides onto the G, while the violoncello carries out an expressive bass passage in crotchets, and the piano in 2 parts moves above both instruments in quavers, an effect of sound and motif which has often been laid claim to in recent days as something new and original. An insurmountable obstacle to the fuller development of the trio, in which Beethoven later put forth all his creative powers, consisted in the want of good violoncellists among the musical circles for whom Mozart composed these works. A trio in E-flat major for pianoforte, clarinet and viola, Köchel 498, composed on April 5, 1786 for Franziska von Jacquin, is very original. The unusual combination of instruments necessitated unusual treatment. The viola is not a bass instrument, and is only available for middle parts, so that the usual violoncello part could not be given to it. This necessitated an altogether original design and execution, and a dependence for effect upon a peculiarly light colouring and transparent clearness. The viola, whether accompanying or leading the melody, is treated throughout with special partiality, and has even a certain amount of bravura. Mozart was fond of taking the viola himself in his later years, and Franziska von Jacquin was an excellent pianist, so that we can understand his providing himself with a good part to perform with his friends. The deeper tones of the clarinet are not used, out of consideration to the viola. Its full liquid tones are particularly well adapted for the delivery of the melody. The plan of the movements deviates from the ordinary course. The first is not an allegro, but an andante 6/8, signifying formally a moderately agitated tempo, which is played straight through with no repetition of the first part. It is in 3 tolerably equal divisions, in each of which the 2 beautiful subjects are enlarged upon in an easy but attractive manner. The first of them especially, being scarcely ever lost sight of. The movement ends with a short coda. The second movement is a minuet, the only one of the kind in Mozart's pianoforte pieces, serious and broad in tone, somewhat elaborated in the trio, the motif of which is taken up in the coda. On the whole, a fine and characteristic movement. The concluding rondo is full of pretty melodies and brilliant passages, and the different parts are delicately and independently treated. A relatively much higher rank than that of the majority of the trios is taken by the 2 quartets for pianoforte, violin, viola, and violoncello, of which the first, in G minor, Köchel 478, was composed on October 19, 1785. The second, in E-flat major, on June 3, 1786, Köchel 493. They are, suitably to their enlarged resources, grander and broader in design. The motifs are fuller, and thematic treatment comes to the foreground. The details of the work are developed from within and are made subservient to the plan of the whole. Notwithstanding, therefore, their more elaborate treatment, the mode of expression is more definite, the contents weightier, the expression more forcible and clearer. The inclination of the present day, since Beethoven has raised chamber music both in substance and form to a hitherto unapproachable height, to make beauty of form predominate over force and depth of original expression. It will be instructive, therefore, to cast a glance over a criticism by Rochlitz, written in the year 1800. In these compositions, written for a select and limited circle, the spirit of the artist is displayed after a rare and singular manner, with the grandeur and sublimity of an appearance from another world. There are moments, it is true, of melting sadness or cheerful humour, but they are only moments, and the composer breaks forth again in the greatness, even fierceness of his strength, and writhes in bitter sorrow, the struggle ending, as it were, only in victory or death. That this may be not taken for mere empty raving, let anyone hear well executed, which can only be by persons who possess, together with the requisite skill, both a heart and an understanding for music, Mozart's quartet for pianoforte, violin, viola, and violoncello in E-flat major. Let it be heard, studied, and then heard again. As an illustration of passionate feeling, amounting even to harshness in the force of its expression, we should rather quote the first movement of the quartet in G minor. The following account from Vienna of the latest musical novelties at grand concerts, written in 1788, will give some idea of the reception which these quartets met with on their first appearance, and of the difficulties they presented to contemporary performers. The favourite pianoforte composer amongst lady amateurs is Kozeluch, but Pleyel is beginning to be a dangerous rival to him. Pleyel's music contains humour and more of original invention than Kozeluch, but the latter possesses elegance, regularity of form, and a certain flow of ideas. Mozart is at present residing in Vienna as an imperial Kapellmeister. He is considered as a remarkable man by every philosophic lover of music. His genius was precocious, and he both composed and played in his 11th year, even earlier, to the admiration of all who heard him. But what is truly remarkable is that this precocious child should have blossomed into maturity as an accomplished musician. We know the usual rapid course of such a prodigy by sad experience. We look in vain for its fruits, for its stability. Not so with Mozart. But now a few words on a curious phenomenon which he, or his celebrity, has brought to pass. A short time ago appeared a solitary quartet for piano, violin, viola, and violoncello, very artistically arranged, requiring extreme accuracy of delivery in all the four parts. But even under the most favourable circumstances, not likely to please any but musical connoisseurs in a musica da camera, the report, Mozart has written a new and very remarkable quartet, and such or such a princess possesses it and plays it, soon spread abroad, excited curiosity, and caused the indiscretion of the production of this original composition at a grand, noisy concert. Many pieces can sustain their reputation even under a mediocre performance. But this work of Mozart's in the hands of indifferent amateurs, carelessly rendered, is simply unendurable. It was so performed innumerable times last winter. At almost every place which I visited, I was taken to a concert, and there entered a town-bred miss or some other conceited amateur to play this quartet to the noisy company who pretended to find it the goo. But it gave no real pleasure. Everyone gaped with ennui at the long tintamarre of four instruments who do not keep together for 4 bars, and whose contrary concerto gave no impression of unity of sentiment. The obstinacy with which it was forced down everywhere was indescribable. It is not enough to stigmatize this folly as an ephemeral manie de jour, for it lasted through a whole winter, and, as far as I can learn, is still only too often repeated. What a contrast if this masterpiece were to be performed by 4 skilful musicians in a quiet room where the listening ear might catch the suspension of every note, in the presence of only 2 or 3 attentive listeners. But this would give no opportunity for display or the applause of the vulgar. Footnote. Forkel, who otherwise takes no notice of Mozart, says of this article that it is evident that the author is a dilettante, without any knowledge of art, and therefore only capable of judging from outward appearances. End of footnote. The quintet in E-flat major, Köchel 452, for pianoforte, oboe, clarinet, horn, and bassoon, is a composition of peculiarly charming effect. It was composed by Mozart on March 30, 1784, for a concert which he gave in the theatre, and being excellently performed, was received with great applause. He himself considered it, as he tells his father, to be the best thing he had ever written, and he selected it to play before Paisiello. It must not be judged from the various arrangements which have been made of it. It is accurately and exclusively fitted for the instruments for which it was written. The sound effects produced by the well-considered combinations of the wind instruments are of surprising beauty, and the pianoforte maintains its ground against its melodious rivals by means of its power of quick emotion. The whole work is clear and easy in each of its multitudinous details, and from beginning to end it is a true triumph of the art of recognizing and adapting the peculiar euphonious quality of each instrument. This harmony of sound, combined with a somewhat strongly accented harmonic treatment, constitutes the principal charm of the work, which is not rich in thematic invention. Here and there, Italian echoes are heard in the melodies, but the German style predominates, as it does in the quartets previously noted. Beethoven is known to have emulated this work of Mozart's in his quintet, Opus 16. In no other of his works, perhaps, does he so plainly appear to have set a pattern before him for imitation. For once he has not succeeded in surpassing it. A footnote. A kind of legend has grown up among reminiscence hunters to the effect that the few and unimportant motifs which recall Mozart, especially in the second movement, were introduced by Beethoven as a homage to Mozart. A comparison of the two quintets is given after his fashion by Lenz. End of footnote. The pianoforte concertos, of which Mozart wrote 17 in Vienna, must be considered from a somewhat different point of view. They are as follows: F major, composed end of 1782, A major, composed early in 1783, C major, composed early 1783, Opus 4, Köchel 413, Part 12, Köchel 414, Part 10, Köchel 415, Part 3. E flat major, composed February the 9th, 1784, Opus 23, Köchel 449, Part 14. B flat major, composed March 15, 1784, Opus 67, Köchel 450, Part 14. D major, composed March 22, 1784, Opus 18, Köchel 451, Part 13. G major, composed April 12, 1784, Opus 15, Köchel 453, Part 9. B flat major, composed September 30, 1784, Opus 21, Köchel 456, Part 11. F major, composed December 11, 1784, Opus 44, Köchel 459, Part 10. D minor, composed February 20, 1785, Opus 54, Köchel 466, Part 8. C major, composed March 9, 1785, Opus 82, 6, Köchel 467, Part 1. E flat major, composed December 16, 1785, Opus 82, 4, Köchel 482, Part 6. A major, composed March 2nd, 1786, Opus 82, 5, Köchel 488, Part 2. C minor, composed March 2, 1786, Opus 82, 5, Köchel 491, Part 7. C major, composed December 4, 1786, Opus 82, 1, Köchel 403, Part 16. D major, composed February 4, 1788, Opus 46, Köchel 437, Part 20, Kroningskoncert. B flat major, composed February 5, 1791, Opus 82, 2, Köchel 595, Part 15. The greater part of these were composed between 1783 and 1786, when Mozart played much at concerts, and were intended for his own use, some of them also for that of others. This accounts for their great diversity of character and design. Of the first three, which were intended to come before the public together, Mozart wrote to his father while still at work upon them. The concertos are a happy medium between too easy and too difficult. They're very brilliant, pleasing to the ear, without of course being empty. Here and there are places which appeal exclusively to connoisseurs, but even ignoramuses will be pleased with them without knowing why. It is plain that he knew what he intended. Of the later concertos he writes, May 24, 1784, I cannot make a choice between the two concertos of B-flat and D, Köchel 450, 451. I consider them both tough morsels for the performers, Concerto des Schweiten Märchen. But the one in B-flat is more difficult than the one in D. I'm very curious to hear which of the three concertos in B-flat, D and G major, Köchel 453, you and my sister like best. That in E-flat does not belong to them, being quite peculiar of its kind and written for a small rather than a large orchestra, so that we have only to do with the three concertos, and I am curious to find whether your opinion agrees with the universal one here or with my own. They ought, it is true, to be heard with all the parts and well played. The emphasis which Mozart laid on the orchestra is very noticeable. The essential merit and originality of his concertos consists in his combination of the orchestra and the solo instrument into a whole, by means of the cooperation of all their separate and independent elements. The prominence given to the orchestra, which it must be remembered owed to Mozart its richer composition, both of wind and stringed instruments, in those larger portions of the work where it occurs independent of the piano, as in the tutti of the ritornelli, gives a symphonic character to the concertos. Even in those places where the pianoforte asserts itself as the solo instrument, the orchestra participates so directly in the course of the pianoforte part as to form a not disjointed whole. In fact, the concertos have been aptly designated as symphonies with a part for the pianoforte. Mozart's art of blending the tone colouring of the orchestra, which drew tears from his old father at the hearing of one of his new pianoforte concertos, shows his delicate sense of euphony and accurate knowledge of instrumental effects. The pianoforte, with its comparative want of sustained tone, is at a disadvantage even with solo stringed or wind instruments, far more so than with a combination of them. This was still more the case at that time in consequence of the defective mechanism of the instrument. Both art and ingenuity were required to make it at all effective. When, after an elaborate ritornello, which has given a sense of fullness and satisfaction to the hearers, the pianoforte enters, Mozart aims at producing such a contrast, either by means of extreme simplicity or of a brilliant pianoforte passage, as shall gain over the listener to the peculiar charm of the new element, and excite his attention, which is then kept up by the competition of the rival forces. The composer has no intention of confining the orchestra within the narrow limits of a modest accompaniment, for in that case why should he have appointed it so fully? He means it to put forth its whole strength as well as to support and raise the pianoforte part. An inexhaustible succession of fine effects is thus produced. The delivery by the orchestra of the melody and sustained chords supports, as it were, the tendrils thrown out by the pianoforte, and gives a firm base for figures and passages containing bold harmonic successions. While it thus seems subservient to the solo instrument, the intensive strength and the tender fragrance of its sound effects are made to form an admirable contrast to the light and brilliant versatility, the sharpness and clearness of the pianoforte. It seems scarcely necessary to illustrate by an example the universal characteristics of the species, but I may instance the wonderfully fine andante of the concerto in C major, Köchel 467. Here the orchestral part is rich in striking harmonic detail and in fine and original sound effects, which so completely enchant and satisfy the ear as scarcely to allow of a climax. In contrast to this, we have a surprisingly simple pianoforte part, displaying the distinctive properties of the instrument without effect or difficulty, and hovering, as it were, like a higher spiritual element over the orchestral accompaniment, with which it is nevertheless inseparably connected. Even Beethoven, who made a profound study of Mozart's pianoforte concertos, cannot be said to have surpassed him in this combination from within of different instrumental forces. The superiority of his great pianoforte concertos rests on other grounds. It must not be supposed, however, that Mozart had no higher qualities than a finely cultivated sense for the blending of tone colours. The invention, elaboration, and distribution of the motifs were governed by the nature of the resources at his command. These had to be taken into account in the first sketch of the work, so that justice might be done them in its completed form. The germ must contain the capacity for development under the most varied conditions. There is scarcely one instance in the concertos of an important motif confided to the orchestra or to the pianoforte alone. They are all shared in common. When a subject is broadly and elaborately treated by the orchestra, it is naturally kept in the background by the pianoforte, while other motifs, merely announced by the orchestra, are rendered with their full effect and embellishments by the solo instrument. This competition of the two forces is most evident in the alternating effects given to the working out of the different subjects. But even in the brilliant figures and passages, the orchestra appears like a well-proportioned edifice, decked with a profusion of arabesque-like ornament by the pianoforte. Thus the charm of these concertos, most rightly so called, depends upon the active cooperation of the contrasted elements, by means of which the whole work is richly and brilliantly grouped, as a picture is grouped by a judicious disposition of light and shade. The division of the concertos into 3 movements, as well as the formation of the movements after the analogy of the sonata, were found ready to hand, and only further developed by Mozart. The first and principal movement contains the essential ingredients of the sonata form, namely a second well-defined subject, the working out division, but it is freer, and owing to its improved resources, more fully appointed. A distinct first part with a repetition does not exist. In its place, there appears the first ritornello, with the solo movement belonging to it. The principal subjects with their working out are shared between the orchestra and the piano, but the solo is no mere repetition of the orchestral part. It differs both in the grouping and treatment of the subjects and leads up to an inevitable climax. A short ritornello brings this section to a close and introduces the working out part, equally shared between the pianoforte and orchestra. The severer forms of counterpoint are only sparingly used, the harmonic element being the main support of an animated figure treatment. The polyphonic and homophonic nature are so blended throughout as to display the principal subjects from ever-varying points of view, and to keep the interest alive and active from first to last. This middle movement, on which as usual the main interest is concentrated, leads back to the principal key and the introductory ritornello. The latter is generally shortened, and the first part is not literally repeated, but undergoes modifications in arrangement and elaboration. The conclusion is formed by the customary cadenza, which might also be introduced at other pauses, but was invariably here. It gave opportunity for a free improvisation, consisting of brilliant passages wrought into a sort of capriccio, with the addition of an elaborate variation on one of the subjects, or of several subjects so condensed as to form a resume of the whole movement. The cadenza thus forms the concluding coda of the pianoforte part, and the orchestra brings the movement to an end in a similar fashion by a more or less elaborate ritornello. In this way, the first movements of the concertos are developed out of the general sonata form, with such a regard to the relative claims of the orchestra and the pianoforte as serves to distinguish them from corresponding movements of the quartet and the symphony. The other two movements are altogether simpler in design and execution. The slow movement is in song form, its working out sometimes that of a rondo, sometimes varied, but always simple and clear and abounding in charming detail. Here again Mozart has displayed a fund of deep and noble sentiment in its purest form, and the fantastic and romantic elements, mingled with a dreamy resignation and an earnest endeavour after the expression of individual feeling, are more apparent in these movements than in any other of his compositions. Startling harmonic progressions, scattered touches of piquancy, contrasted with the vague sentimentality and rhythmical whimsicalities, give all the greater charm that they in no way interfere with simplicity of conception or purity of form. I need only adduce by way of illustration the simple and beautiful romanza of the concerto in G major, Köchel 453, or the pleasing and highly original Siciliana of the concerto in A major, Köchel 488. The Andante of the C major concerto already mentioned is, however, incomparably the finest, Köchel 467. The emotion is so pure and lofty that the sorrowful impulses which prompt it, harshly expressed though they may be in places, such as the following, see page image, penetrate the music like memories of a long since vanquished grief that has no more power to trouble the pure serenity of a mind that has mounted from resignation to holy joy. This example, among many others, should teach us that beauty does not consist in the mere rejection of all that is harsh or keen, but in the maturity of the conception which gives birth to the work, and in the harmony of the conditions under which it is represented. Such fruits as these can only be offered by an artist who has discovered the true secret of life. The last movement of the concertos is always the easiest. It is generally in rondo form, sometimes in variations, lively and cheerful in tone. Its predominant 2/4 time preserves its original character of a dance, or sometimes it is in 6/8 time after the fashion of a hunting song, as in the rondo of the concerto in B-flat major, Köchel 450, which closes in a long crescendo of a regular hunting flourish of trumpets. On the whole, these last movements are more interesting than those of the other pianoforte compositions, and are full of graceful, even humorous passages, of which the last movement of the C minor concerto, Köchel 491, may serve as an illustration. The peculiar harmonic treatment gives the subject a character entirely its own, and a new transition at the close invests it with a surprising charm. The concerto in D minor also, Köchel 466, confirms the oft-repeated observation that Mozart's compositions in the minor keys are his deepest and most important, for its last movement is distinguished above all others by its fire and intensity of expression. On the other hand, the middle movements of these two symphonies, in E-flat and B-flat major, although not wanting in grace, are inferior to their other two movements in force and passion. It is true that the Andante of the C minor symphony was encored on its first performance, but the effect it made depended not so much on its melodies, charming as they are, as on the obligato treatment of the wind instruments, which was an entire novelty at that time. There can be no doubt that Mozart's concertos afford the best standard for our judgment of him as a pianoforte composer. The majority of them, written for himself in his best days, take the highest rank among his works. The first three, Köchel 413 to 415, intended for large audiences, are, as Mozart rightly indicates, light in character. So is the concerto in E-flat major, Köchel 449, written for Fräulein Ployer, and the concerto in B-flat major, probably intended for Fräulein Paradies, Köchel 456. Next to these may be placed the concertos in D major, Köchel 451, and F major, Köchel 459. They are all distinct in their main characteristics. Some, such as those in B-flat major, Köchel 450, G major, Köchel 453, A major, 454, 488, are cheerful and graceful. Others, as the D minor, Köchel 466, and C minor, Köchel 491, are passionately agitated. Others again, serious and self-contained, as the E-flat major, Köchel 452. End of the Life of Mozart, Volume 2, by Otto Jahn.